Okay. Hello. Da. All right. Let me. Hello, Shuki. How's it going? Ba. Oh gosh. Me, like, every time I stream, I feel like I'm forgetting something or I'm doing something wrong. Good. How are you? I'm doing good. I, um, I was, oh, no, I didn't end up going. I think, I think it was like a last minute thing. So, my parents went after their walk, but I was still kind of tired from, the walk we did the other day. So I didn't go. I just ordered, um, pho for myself. It was very good though. I do love pho, and it's been a while since I oh since I had it. Let me. Hopefully, volume is okay. Get started so we can get this freaking case done, so I can move on to the next one. Oh, but yeah, I can show you since we're on the title screen. I can show you where the the costumes are for everyone and show you what they look like. How does the volume sound? Because it always sounds either too low for me or too high. Sounds a little low today, but I think it should be okay from what it looks like. Might just be my earphones. Yes. Think it's fine? Cool. Cool. I can just bump it up if anything. Okay, so you go to special contents on the title screen. So the costumes only work in the second game. They don't work in the first one. And you just go to the tailor. So, and then you have the three of them. So, Rinosuke is like school uniform, and then the little suit that he's wearing. Sato's regular outfit, and then her like steampunk Victorian. It's cute, but I don't know. I don't. It's a cute outfit, but it seems weird for her. I don't know. Not a fan, as much of a fan of this one. I like her regular outfit more. It's very loud. It is very loud. Iris definitely made this, that's for sure. And then Sholmes has his regular trench coat, and then like a festival looking outfit with the mask. It's a cute outfit, but it just seems very out of place for the game, so I don't use it. Yeah, he got a like a titty window though. The V-neck, right? Damn, Sholmes. You got your titties out and everything. But yeah, that's where they are. He opened that shit. He did. And then it has like, I don't know, there's a bunch of music and stuff. And all the little achievements that I have gotten. And the ones that I'm missing. I don't know how you get some of these for running your hands through every debate about ladders and step ladders. Oh gosh, is this... There's a war with ladders and step ladders like there is shovels and spades. Like, I'm definitely getting the Ace of Spades one, for sure. Wait, where's this one? I don't remember this one. Oh no. Remember in the old game? No, I don't. Oh no. Wait. Oh, I'm sad now. I want that one too. I mean, I want the Phoenix and Maya would fight about that. Oh, okay, okay. That's cute. Yeah, I'll start playing. I want that freaking shovel and spade medal. Okay, I didn't know that. October 24th, 9:11 a.m. The Old Bailey. The shovel spade thing is like my favorite gag in this. Oh, let me move myself over a little bit. Is my favorite gag in this entire game. And I'll cover it a little bit. Just slide over to the side. Good morning to you, Mr. Naruhodo. Good morning, Professor. Ready for today's proceedings? I hope so. I should be. Even I, with nothing left to... Good morning, my dear fellows. Hello, Sholmes. Oh, Mr. Sholmes, you're here. Why, naturally. A true gentleman stands shoulder to shoulder with his friends in battle at all times. Where the fuck have you been in like 80% of the cases in these games, sir? You've shown up to like 3 of them. Oh, thank you. I really appreciate it. I'll see you later then. Now, Professor, we really need to remain calm in the courtroom today. Yes. Do try your hardest not to enter the witness stand uninvited again. Yes, I will. I realize it was a mistake, but my dear fellows, I must interject. Oh. Oh, you're still here, Mr. Sholmes? What's the matter? Surely you've overlooked some praise, have you not? To be cast in my direction? Sorry, I don't follow. Must I spell it out? I, the great Sherlock Sholmes, the greatest detective of worldwide acclamation, arose at some ungodly hour to be here now, first thing in the morning. A miracle, you must agree. Yes. 9 a.m. is an ungodly hour. I agree with that, Mr. Sholmes. Oh, well, if I must agree, then... As you know, my sleep is quite impregnable. Iris had to employ her full gamut of tactics. She pulled the covers off, shook me, poked both cheeks, punched and kicked me from the bed. And she poured boiling cup of her latest experimental blend on my face. Jeez! And at last I was bestirred. Jesus Christ. Oh my. Iris has been busy. Iris doesn't have it in her to go that far. She's too nice. I sense the spirit of a fellow scientist, one who relishes in the infinite possibilities of blending tea. I'm the one worthy of praise here, not Iris. That's my victory. What is happening? Sorry to cut in. Oh. Hello, Ari. Oh, Inspector Gregson. Good morning. Gregson, my dear fellow. Why the grim expression at this delightfully early hour? I thought it was ungodly. You said ungodly, like a second ago, Mr. Sholmes. Oh, I don't know. Maybe because I've been confronted with a grimmer expression, eh? Dear me, are you going to take that insult lying down, Professor? What? What? I don't know. Well, Professor. Anyway, here's the paperwork you asked for. What paperwork? I took the liberty of requesting it yesterday. I had a feeling it may prove useful. What is this paperwork? You wouldn't believe the hoops I had to jump through to get this brought out of the archives. It's the professor's autopsy report. That mass murderers who killed 5 members of the aristocracy. Found guilty in a closed trial 10 years ago now. It's all done under wraps. He was quickly executed soon after the trial. It's all in here. His autopsy has been entered in the court record. Excuse me for a second, Gregson. Condemned prisoner, redacted for confidentiality, pseudonym the professor. Death? I never got why. I never got why the whole, like, for certain things they keep, like, I know for like if a underage, like a teenager kills someone, I think they usually keep that confident, like, which I can kind of understand, but I never got like confidentiality for like any grown-ass adult. Death by hanging confirmed at midnight, 17th of June. Courtney Stevens. Who's Courtney Stevens? Redacted. They've been redacted. Courtney Stevens. I feel like that name is gonna mean something. I don't know what though. I don't know what to say. Thank you, Inspector. Yes, much obliged, Gregson. Slowly, Lord of the just doing what we can, in the shadow of the great Detective Sholmes, of course. Is Toby here? Gina, are you here? Did you bring Toby? The dog's allowed in the courtroom. He's a inspector, so it's allowed. Well then, Professor Harebrain, this is it. Today we're going to lay this all to rest. I wish you best of luck, Professor. I suppose he'll be in there today, will he? Trevor? Yes, we expect the prosecution to summon him as witness. I'm still amazed you managed to find him in just one day. Hey, it's all thanks to Toby. Yeah, there's nothing in the rule that says a dog can't be a lawyer. Exactly. I really owe you both so much. Yes, you do. Don't make my life hard. Trial's about to resume. Kindly make your way to the courtroom at once. Toby sniffing. You do the big sniff. He can sniff out a criminal a mile away. Is it then? The final chapter. Funny, my heart's racing a little. I've not felt this before, actually. It's a strange foreboding. As if something's gonna happen in this trial that I'm not ready for. Don't say that. Don't say that, Ryu. But I can't let that distract me from the only thing that really matters. That my fucking boyfriend is alive. With amnesia. And he's a prosecutor. Oh, I mean, finding the truth. Wink. Wink. I can't wink. I have one eye. Wink. Just know that I'm winking. The truth about my boyfriend. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. Resume the public hearing of Albert Harebrain, here present, who stands accused of murder. Close his eye, just... It's a wink. Just take my word for it. Are the counsels for the prosecution and defense ready to proceed? Prosecution is ready, my lord. The defense is ready, my lord. Just pull out the sword and start waving it in his face. Be like, you remember this, bitch? As promised, Lord Van Zeek says his apprentice with him. His apprentice was memory loss. Sato's given the dagger eyes. If I may, Lord Van Zykes. Van Zykes. I think I change it every time I say his name. Yes, my lord. There appears to be someone standing at your side. Yes, my apprentice and assistant. Prosecution believes today's proceedings will see the complexity of this case rise considerably. Oh my god. Now he opens it for him? I therefore instructed my assistant to attend to ensure the smooth running of this trial. I hate... Oh my god. The smooth running of liquid refreshments, by the look of it. The way he holds himself, the way he moves. It couldn't be anyone else. I love that even with his outfit, he still does the animation of pushing up the armband, but there's no armband to push up. But he's still suffering from amnesia, so there's really nothing we can do at the moment. I know, but... oh, this is so very hard. Also, your sword sucks. I have your katana over here, my dude. Literally, just throw him the katana. That will do it. Can we have a sword fight? Let's have a sword fight. That will jog your memory. Remember, Cosmo, you said you'd get me off in that very first trial? Is that what you meant? It would appear the prosecution has done a fine job in responding to the demands of the court made yesterday. Understand you have successfully secured the engineer who disappeared from the scene on the day in question. He said it! Yes, my lord, I intend to call him as a witness shortly. Very good, very good. Now then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, who have been chosen at random to represent the will of the people of this courtroom today. Are you ready and willing to proceed? Of course, my lord, I'm sure we'll understand the importance of doing our civic duty. I do despise deception and deceit. I find it all very wearing. To take a man's life with a conjuring trick, it's against the magician's code, not to mention the law. Any fake scientist should feel the wrath of God, if you ask me. No, you can only choose one. You can choose science or God. You can't do both. We have listened to what he said on both sides, fence, and sell on one. That's it, isn't it? Wasn't like this in my day. Wasn't like this at all. I'm not going to remember any of those voices. If all parties are ready to proceed, you may begin, Lord Van Zykes. Before I do, my lord, there is a report I must read to the court. Yesterday, at the Great Exhibition grounds, the evidence of primary importance in the case, the super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine, which was installed on the experimentation stage, was deliberately destroyed in an explosion affected by an unknown person or persons. What? An explosion? This is an outrage. No, we have the man who did it. He admitted to it yesterday. With like 4 witnesses in the room. 5, including Toby. 2 of which belong to Scotland Yard, so... yes, I heard this grave news yesterday. Scotland Yard submitted a report to my office in the evening. Read that the machine was blasted to smithereens and the wreckage reduced to ash in the flame. I have here a photographic print of the scene, taken in the wake of the explosion. It shows what little remains of the machine. Okay, so the hole was blown open. Oh, yes, a terrible business. He did it to destroy the evidence, did he? That Enoch Drebler. The court will take this print as evidence counsel. Photographic print of the experimentation stage after it was destroyed completely, as it was completely leveled by a time bomb. The metal floor of the stage has been blown open by the... Okay, so they directly state that. That's probably what we'll be looking for at some point. Late yesterday afternoon, protection afforded to the machine by the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act was revoked. However, before thorough investigation could begin, the invention was obliterated from existence. As such, this will become a very different trial. No, he literally admitted to do... Okay. Nope. No. As it stands now, with no evidence on which to draw meaningful conclusions, the authenticity of the kinesis machine will remain forever in obscurity. Indeed, a most fortunate state of affairs. Unfortunate state of affairs. However, one thing remains clear. The victim's death was the result of the actions of the accused. Of that we can be certain. For it was the accused himself who was operating the machine and who ultimately caused its loss of control.
Objection!
Yeah, there's a freaking hole in the stage, Van Zykes. Did you miss that? As Lord Van Zykes rightfully says, this is a very different trial now. The accused accepts responsibility for his part in the events that transpired. He acknowledges that Mr. Asman died as a result of the accident caused by the machine's malfunction. However, unbeknownst to the professor, he was being deliberately deceived by a pair of very clever fraudsters. Fraudsters? Is that a word? Just say frauds? Clever frauds? Fraudsters? Welcome back. Names, counsel, if you please. The engineer, Mr. Enoch Drebler, the victim himself, Mr. Adi Asman. Fraudster sounds more fun. Person who commits fraud. Yeah, don't you just call them a fraud? I guess maybe back in the day you would call them fraudsters. I guess they don't use that word now, I don't think. I think just, that person is a fraud. So what exactly are these two men up to behind the defendant's back? The defense intends to expose that information, thus establishing the inevitable innocence of the defendant. Yeah, I'm pointing at you, bitch. Thank you, counsels. The positions of the prosecution and defense have been clearly stated. Lord Van Zykes, summon your first witness, please. At once, my lord. Prosecution calls the engineer, Mr. Enoch Drebler, to the stand. Oh, great. Now I have to... I think it's still used today. Oh, interesting. I've never heard it used before. It doesn't... I do like the word. Like, I would rather people say fraudsters instead of they are a fraud. It does sound more fun. Okay, steampunk Estinian. Let's go. State your name and occupation for the court. Name, Enoch Drebler. Occupation? Bleh. I don't like it. Hard to pin down, I would say. See that black monocle? Yes, why do I feel as though it's been seen somewhere before? Oh, you too? I do actually the same feeling myself. We get the theme now. Fair. Your file indicates that you are currently being investigated in connection with the other case. The theft of a waxwork model. Is it? Most extraordinary sounding business. But that has no bearing on this trial, I assure you. Cleave it from your mind. I'm gonna press X to doubt. You're familiar with the public experiment carried out at the Great Exposition some days ago? The accused super high voltage instantaneous kinesis demonstration? Yes, you could say that. I am aware of it. There was a terrible accident, wasn't there? It was you, Mr. Drebler, who constructed the vast machine used in the experiment. Also, investigations indicate. Can you confirm your involvement? Yes, I constructed it in precise accordance with the blueprints, but that's all. And the court would be very interested to hear your thoughts on the machine, I'm sure. Oh, I don't like that. Stop moving like that. An amazing device, if you ask me. Is Kazuma tiny or Barak just huge? I think Barak is just huge. But I think Kazuma and Ryu were like same-ish height, I think, right? But Ryu's also pretty short, I think. Manlets. Pinnacle of modern science, making instantaneous kinesis a reality at last. What? Good gracious. Do you mean to say that the experiment was bona fide? Is that your belief, sir? Yes, that is very much my belief. Such a waste that it blew up. You blew it up. We have like 5 witnesses. You were there when you said it.
Objection.
Gregson was there. Gino was there. Toby was there. Mr. Sholmes was there. Hello? We already established the machine was nothing more than a prop for an elaborate conjuring trick.
Objection!
You've established nothing of the sort. Toby was there, the most trustworthy source. All that was shown during yesterday's proceedings is that the same outcome could have been produced by means of stage trickery. The defense merely proposed a method and demonstrated its feasibility, nothing more. But... We've procrastinated long enough, I feel. Witness, I'll now give your formal testimony about the machine that you constructed for the purpose of the demonstration at the Great Exposition. Understood. Ugh, I don't like him. I don't like him. I don't like the way he looks at the camera. I met the young professor approximately 1 year ago through Mr. Osmond's introduction. He provided me with the blueprints and I constructed the machine to his precise specifications. It was no trick. If the whole show was a fraud, it would have required a body double. Tell me, did the victim have a twin? All the spectators saw a birdcage appear above their heads and crash headfirst into the crystal tower. It was the wax mannequin! Can people not figure this out? Are y'all that dumb? Oh my god. Oh my god. Terrible accident, I grant you. Perhaps the science on which the machine was built was flawed somehow? A body double? That goes without saying, surely. To give the impression that something has moved when in reality it hasn't. It's a basic conjuring principle. The deception cannot be achieved without substituting the original with a fake at some point in the performance. But I'd be right in saying you haven't managed to establish anything along those lines. Wax mannequin! Incidentally, the prosecution has already confirmed that Mr. Asman had no twin siblings. It's my understanding that this witness is well versed in conjuring artfulness. But such talents do not indicate that he was actually able to accomplish what he claims. Namely, the construction of what, by all accounts, must have been an extremely complex scientific machine. Whatever do you mean? Yesterday's proceedings brought the true nature of your past exploits to light, Mr. Drebler. Indeed it did, my lord. As a swindler who preys on innocent scientists to elicit government grant money through conjuring know-how. Yes, it's true I possess considerable knowledge of stage magic. But, crucially, my scientific knowledge more than matches that of any academic in the field. Investigation of the witness's workshop attests to that claim, my lord. As evidence, the police found this Royal Society trophy for young talent in science there. Yes, that's true. We spotted it there ourselves. If a hypothesis is sound, it can always be forged into physical manifestation with sufficient skill. Though I may have sold the secrets of some deceptive wires to sniveling, talentless scientists in the past. Would you therefore assert that the explosion of the machine was an unfortunate accident, or, of course, a deliberate act of murder carried out by misuse of science? Alright, sir. Counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, please. Can we just sick Toby at him? I bet Toby would figure this out in like 10 seconds. Young Professor, 1 year ago.
Hold it!
Were you already acquainted with Mr. Osmond himself? Not really. By chance. I'd seen his name mentioned in the papers, that's all. But I had no interest in his private affairs. If he was an unscrupulous investor, no concern of mine. As long as people pay their bills, I take up my tools and construct what they ask for. So, what did Mr. Osmond approach you Why did Mr. Asman approach you in particular then? Who can say? I presume because my name is associated with excellence in engineering. Not to mention excellence in fraud. Hard to gauge, but the point is, all I did was construct the machine according to the blueprints I was given. In other words, the kinesis machine was built on solid scientific principles. Yes, you might say that. Professor Harebrain certainly has a mind like no other. Providing with the blueprints, and I constructed the machine to his price. It's clear that you have both scientific knowledge and knowledge of conjuring magic, however. The more knowledge you have, the better equipped you are to handle whatever comes along. But your implication is that I furnished the machine with some trickery, I think? It's a possibility that we have to explore. Unfortunately, though, the machine has been blown to Kingdom Come. By you! So there's really nothing left to explore, is there? Why is no one mentioning that it was him? I'm so bad. I'm so bad. Can we literally just not be like, we have a confession from you that you blew up the machine? And then if they need another person's word for it, fucking get Gregson in here. It appears the kinesis machine was fitted with a timed explosive device of some kind. You'd have to prove it. Ah, that's fair. That's fair. And there's nothing left of that device either. Not a single shred of evidence remaining, I hear. Must have planned this from the outset. Wait, there's not like a something from the bomb in this photo, is there? That might have. Doesn't look like it. No, there's not like a little gauge or anything that it didn't. Okay. But in any case, it's abundantly clear that the experiment couldn't have been a trick. Which was a fraud and required a body double. Did the victim have a twin? No, but you stole a wax mannequin! Of course, that's it. Mr. Asman was it? Ryu, no. No, that's objection! They already stated that he didn't have a twin. Perhaps my learned friend wasn't listening earlier yet. Mr. Asman had no twin siblings. No, I heard you before. The thread of hope hadn't quite left me. Oh my god, Ryu. The demonstration could have been a trick if there was somebody who looked sufficiently like the victim. But Dr. Scythe absolutely ruled that out as a possibility. Wax! Mannequin! It's beyond question. The victim himself, Mr. Asman, did move from the stage to the Crystal Tower. The fingerprints found at the scene attest to the fact. So it can't have been orchestrated using someone who looked identical to Mr. Asman then. What are you thinking, Mr. Naruto? Oh, no, nothing. Just the idea of someone who looked identical to the victim is playing on my mind. All the spectators saw the birdcage appear above their heads and then crash into the crystal tower. It crashed headfirst, you say? According to the many witness reports from those there at the time, yes. Were you not there at the expedition grounds on the day? Unlikely. I rarely leave my workshop. Yet another one of your unique inventions was found at the scene. Well, it was the unveiling of a machine I'd labored over for many months. I saw clearly with my own eyes. The birdcage plumb. You just said you may have not been. Oh my god. What a surprise! I believe the victim's neck was broken from the headlong fall, wasn't it? How would you have come by with that information? Even an infernal recluse like me reads the newspapers, you know. According to the reports, 2 injuries were apparent on the victim's body. Yes, he had been stabbed in the chest by a screwdriver, believed to belong to the defendant, and he had broken vertebrae as a result from the fall, from considerable height. Correct, my learned friend has been doing his research, it seems. Do we know which injury was the fatal one? Sadly not. Forensic science is not yet at a level where such things can be determined. What we do know is that the victim died having sustained both injuries at some point during the experiment. And since he was found in the birdcage with his neck broken, it's obvious that he fell from a considerable height. Suppose that's hard to deny. A terrible accident, I grant you. Perhaps the science on which the machine was built was flawed somehow. So you understand the science, did you? Not in the slightest. Right. As I've said a number of times, I'm an engineer. My job is to manufacture according to the blueprints I'm given. I would be inviting manifold problems if I foolishly allowed my brain to digest the ideas behind them. I could be accused of stealing those ideas, for example. But how is it possible to construct a machine without really understanding the principles it relies on? Well, you're practicing law without really understanding the principles that relies on it, aren't you? Damn. I mean, yes. You didn't have to call me out like that, though. Very good point. Stand up for yourself, Mr. Naruhodo. The point is, the experiment resulted in instantaneous kinesis taking place. As such, the signs must be found. Like, I don't know if you're just trying to hype up your friend, Brock, but like, not the time and place to be hyping up your friend right now, okay? It didn't take place. Like, you can be a hype man, but maybe not now. Yes, sir. Really, experimental results are all that matters when it comes to proving a hypothesis. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, now that the machine has been completely destroyed by yesterday's explosion, it's going to be impossible to argue with its authenticity one way or another. But if we're unable to establish that it was a piece of a staged trickery rather than genuine science, we'll have no grounds on which to demonstrate Professor Harebrine's innocence. That part again. Okay. Both Mr. Asman and this man in the stand tricked the professor and used him. They took advantage of his naivety and unabiding belief in his work, and I'm not going to let them get away with it. And seeing as the professor is an old friend of Lord Van Ziek's, what on earth must he be feeling towards Jebler? A year ago, provided me with the blueprints, and I constructed the machine to its precise specification. If Shaw was a fraud, it would have required a body double. Tell me, did the victim have a twin? All the spectators saw the birdcage appear above their heads, then crash first into the crystal tower. Terrible accident, I grant you, perhaps science. The machine was built was flawed somehow. Okay, what do we have? Wooden cage that was used for the Professor Harebrine's experiment. The cage the victim inside crashed on the crystal tower. Oh, I don't think I looked at this. Ah, look here, Mrs. Sato. Oh yes, the wood's cracked and broken a bit. I suppose because it fell from such a height? Yes, from the height on which the balloon was flying down to the crystal tower below. A fall about 30 feet, or 9 meters, leaving the man inside tragically dead. I didn't notice that before. Wait, now that Susato's back, is there anything else I can look at? I think we got all of this, like, when she joined us already. We checked this already, nothing else on here. This had the blood in it, and then the missing plate. There's nothing else we can do with the head, except for the lock that we looked at. Okay. And then that. Saw the birdcage appear above their heads and then crash headfirst into Crystal Tower. Yes. Hold it! Let me push on this again. What did he say? The crash head. Oh, no, it didn't. No, it didn't. It didn't because the damage is at the base. You're lying. Yeah, keep talking. You fucking liar. Though, to be fair, this thing is made of wood. I feel like it fell that high. Like, I feel like more than just the base would have cracked. Like, I feel like... Not exploded, but I feel like more of it should have been broken. No matter what side it fell on. Wait! Wait! If... Okay, so he's saying it fell head first, which doesn't make sense because the cage is damaged on the bottom. That means it fell right side up, right? It fell like this. But then why does he have, I guess just the impact, but why does he have neck damage then? If the, like, I can, like, if it fell upside down, like he's saying, yes, I feel like neck damage would be more possible. But if it fell like this, which clearly it did, why would he have a broken neck? I guess I guess the impact could still break a neck, but like, that seems sus.
Objection!
We examined the birdcage that crashed into the crystal tower ourselves. As you can see, the cage, which is a wooden construction, has sustained damage in one particular spot. Following the explosion, it fell 30 feet into the glass of the crystal tower. That level of damage is to be expected, surely. I agree. The damage itself is entirely understandable. What doesn't make sense is the location of that damage. All the breakages in the wood are at the base of the birdcage, not the top. What are you saying? It's the opposite of where they should be. That's right, my lord. The birdcage that was at the scene is damaged at its base. So we have reports of the birdcage falling headlong into the crystal tower, yet the damage is at the bottom. And I would know a thing or two about bottoms. Because I am one. No. The only way to reconcile these two facts is to accept that there were two bird cages in play that day, which were at some point switched. Correct. Oh yeah, between him and Kazuma, definitely it's true. Switched during what wasn't a scientific experiment at all, but an elaborate Piece of stage trickery. Why was the first part of his ga like highlighted? They usually like highlight words that are like important. Like there were 2 birdcage. Why is half of ga important, but the other half isn't? Good gracious, explain yourself, witness. He's a baby in disguise. Well... If we examine the facts, there's only one logical conclusion we can draw. The damage on the base of the birdcage clearly indicates that it crashed tail first into the tower. But multiple witnesses report claims that it fell head first. Okay, then this birdcage, if people have said that it fell... Okay. So it did fall head first, but this birdcage is the one that fell... through this hole. So the one that did crash into the crystal tower that was in the balloon did fall head first. Broken neck. Okay, explained. So that means that this cage was the one that fell through this hole. An altitude of some 60 feet above ground level, which is approximately 18 meters. I like how they have to keep... I like how they keep saying like things in feet and then being like, by the way, it's in this many meters, so everyone knows how far. Then proceeds to fall some 30 feet into the crystal tower in the ensuing deflagration. Because the United States is fucked. That's true. I believe London they would use meters. I believe in England they would just straight out use meters as their base. So technically they should be saying everything in meters and then being like this many feet. Witness reports amid such chaos are notoriously unreliable. But the victim's neck was broken. Objection. He plummeted 30 feet inside a heavy wooden cage. However he fell, it would have been unsurprising to find 1 or 2 of his vertebrae crushed. I think we're like the only ones on the planet who use our dumb measuring system. Isn't there like one other place? I feel like it's like the US, and then why do I feel like there's like one other place in the world that uses it? I can't think of it. I don't think you're alone. I think Shuki, I'm gonna look it up right now. What is the US? What is that meant? Imperial? Right? It's called the Imperial Measurement System. I don't remember what it's called. Yeah, I think, right? Imperial Measurement. Yeah, because metric is the one everywhere else uses. Yeah. Who uses them? Who uses? Yeah, we use metric. It's weird though. I guess because we're so close to America, it's like things here. We swap back and forth for a lot of things. Like for the most part, we do use meters, but I still use feet like all the time, and when it comes to like weight, I find people use pounds here way more over like when it comes to human weight, when it comes to a person's weight, I feel like people use pounds more than why can I not think of the metric system for weighing? What? Kilograms? I don't know. I don't even know what we measure in. But yeah, like I think when you go to the doctors and stuff, you use the metric system. But in like every day-to-day conversation and people are talking about weight, I feel like they just use pounds. So and it's weird. It's weird in Canada. Depending on what it is, we kind of go back and forth. Let's see. Only 3 countries Only 3 countries in the world officially still use imperial. So it is the US, Liberia in Africa, and Myanmar, which looks like it's in Asia. Oh, but then it says mixed for the UK. So yeah, but then everywhere else is metric. Those freedom units. They have it. Three. Yeah, I'm trying to remember. Ari, I don't know if you're here or you're B still. I don't know why. I think we just use kilograms for weight. Like if you go to the doctors, they'll weigh you in kilograms. I think. It's been a long time since I've been to a doctor. But yeah, if you're talking about weight for like everyday conversation for a person, I feel like most people just use pounds here. Okay, never mind. Let's get back to the case. A riveting scientific analysis of events from the prosecution there. Though to be even more rigorous, you would have to say it was only 1 vertebrae, actually. A kilogram of steel and a kilogram of feathers. I fucking love that video. But steel is heavier than feathers. But it's a kilogram. But steel is heavier than feathers. I'm back. What happened? We measure in kilograms, right? In Canada. Like if you go to the doctor, they measure you in kilograms for the most part. I love that video so much. Because we're talking about the metric versus the imperial system, and I told Jeff that here we kind of swap back and forth depending on what we're talking about. Yeah. It really depends. It goes back and forth. Everything needs to be weighed in fluid ounces. I'm okay with that. Yeah, let's do it. He wasn't quiet for long. I find it hard to see what's motivating Lord Van Zykes. This witness is clearly a swindler and one who deceived a personal friend of his. Florida ounce. If you're going to establish this deception, do it right. Sorry. We only measure things in football fields. Honestly, I have heard the football field measurement here as well on more than one occasion. So you're not alone there. I have heard people be like, this is 8 football fields. And I'm just like, I don't know how big a fucking football field. I don't watch sports. But I have definitely heard that measurement, measurement comparison before. I feel like there's an undertone here. Yes, and there's one more point. The defense appears to have forgotten. Oh no, we're yassifying Canada. It obviously wasn't a trick, as a certain truth very plainly demonstrates. What? It seems to me the cross-examination had better continue until we resolve this matter. Mr. Trebler, you will amend your testimony with the details of this truth. Of course, we must treat the matter scientifically, after all. Ugh, nearly had him there. Sir, stop moving like that. I don't like it. The kinesis clearly took place because there's nowhere else 30 feet high. My brain cannot process this. The kinesis clearly took place because there's nowhere else 30 feet high for the birdcage to have fallen from. It wasn't. Did we not discuss it was in a fucking balloon? Also, there's this ledge here, idiot.
Hold it!
What do you mean? Well, before the demonstration began, the victim was alive on stage in front of the audience. Yes, there are lots of witnesses who saw Mr. Asman on the experimentation stage. That's true. And the victim's neck broke as a result of impact following a fall. Logically, therefore, the victim must have fallen from somewhere. The balloon that exploded was at an altitude of 60 feet. The point of impact on the tower was 30 feet up. The difference of 30 feet, therefore, the total distance... That difference of 30 feet is therefore the total distance the birdcage fell. And there's no other location from which the cage could have fallen that distance if it didn't drop out of the sky. Ergo, the victim himself must have been beamed from the stage. No. 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 No, 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 no. Trenchant scientific analysis. Dear me. Every time I hear it explained, it sounds increasingly plausible. Don't, shh, judge. You're my second favorite judge in this series. Don't make me bump you down. Shh. Oh, yes. It's all very well thought out. Certainly other spectators on that day saw it. Birdcage plummeting 30 feet through the air, I mean. Second favorite? Yeah, the one in Japan is my favorite. Seishiro? Fucking love that guy. Fucking best judge. Oh yeah, Jiko. What? Yeah, Jiko. Is Seishiro his first name starts with an S, right? Because I remember he did the Susato slam, but he was like, it's a Seishiro slam or something. Here's my thing, like when Drebber does that shit-eating grin, I'm like, I know it's getting evil vibes from this. Yeah, honestly. He drank his evil milk. A terrible accident, I grant you scientific machine. Okay. No. Kinesis clearly took place because there's nowhere else 30 feet high. No. Okay, the thing is, why is he moving behind the evidence? I don't like it. Anyone else seeing this guy? Anyone else seeing this guy make evil faces? See, the thing is, okay, it has to be this, because we're talking right now, because also there's obviously the hole underneath where the original one, which he could have fallen, but right now we're talking about the fall from the Crystal Tower, so I think it would be
Objection.
This. Okay, yeah. This is a diagram of the experimentation stage and its surroundings. We know that somehow the birdcage appeared in mid-air before falling down into the Crystal Tower. A fall of about 30 feet or 9 meters. 9 meters isn't that high. Like, it's high, but I'm picturing 9 meters now. Like, it's a decent drop, but like, I feel like there are plenty of stories of people living from falls higher than 9 meters. But again, I guess if you fall on your head, then different story. However, if you examine the diagram carefully, you'll see that there is one other possible location from which the birdcage could have fallen. The same distance of 30 feet. No. Well, it appears the defense has a possible explanation to put forward. Go ahead, counsel. Yes, my lord. You indicate the place to which you're referring on this same diagram. Wait, can I zoom up? Wait. No, up. Why can't I zoom up? Show me the entire picture. What the fuck? I guess I can.
Take that! Objection!
Wait. This demonstrates for the... Huh? No, wait! I feel like I just had my head hit the deck from 30 feet up. Wait! The alternative location from which the birdcage could have possibly fallen. The requisite 30 feet. Am I just like totally not getting something? Wait, I'm confused now. Are we now moving? Okay, wait. Are we now gonna shift the conversation to the hole in here? Is that what they want me to do?
Take that!
Okay, yes we are, okay. The place I'm referring to is here. But that's where the birdcage would have been to begin with. Which is exactly my point, my lord. Yes, the birdcage was in the machine on the stage. But what we also must consider is the height of the stage itself. Go on, counsel. Turns out that the experimentation stage was built on a considerable height above ground level. If you look at the diagram, in fact, you'll see it's about the same height above the ground as the balloon was above the crash site. Okay, I see. I didn't realize we were going to shift the conversation to the hole in the stage. Gotcha. When the experimentation got underway, the machine and the birdcage were engulfed in steam. Yeah, okay. At that moment, the floor of the stage gave way, and if we assume there to be a void underneath, this birdcage and the one seen by the audience would have fallen almost exactly the same distance. Oh, I see you sweating there, dribbler. Once again, my lord, this all points to the fact that there was not one birdcage, but two.
Objection!
Dun, dun, dun. Oh, I love this track. Dun, 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 dun. The turntables music. My learned friend has no evidence that the stage had such contrivance in its design. I do, actually. Someone is responsible for the criminal destruction of the kinesis machine itself. It's true. However, the stage still stands. And take a moment to look at the photographic print of the scene following yesterday's explosion. Good lord, the metal grill that formed the floor and the machine is undone. Twerk into the track. Yes, most likely blown open by the force of the explosion that destroyed the rest of the machine. The defense calls for the space below the stage to be investigated immediately. Bum 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 bum. Mr. Trebler. It was you who built the kinesis machine, which means that it was you who built the two bird cages that were used to carry out this deception. Whether Professor Harebrain's hypothesis is sound or not makes no difference. Because it's the construction of this machine that matters, a machine designed to take Mr. Asmon's life. And lay the blame firmly at the professor's door, something that could only have been carried out by you, Mr. Enoch Drebler. Oh god. He's been activated. Oh, gosh.
Objection!
I'm gonna throw that wine bottle at you if you interrupt me one more time. My learned friend has reached the end of his wild assertions. You're wasting perfectly good wine. Prosecution would like to crush the defense's argument slowly but surely. Okay, but that was hard. Oh, what? Your argument fails to hold water. On 2 counts. 2? Firstly, before and after the experiment, this witness went nowhere near the kinesis machine. Every relevant member of staff in the exposition has attested to that. And I believe members of Scotland Yard have also been on watch duty at every public experiment. In other words, Mr. Drebler had no opportunity to switch the alleged pair of bird cages. But I've already explained why he wouldn't have needed to. The nonsense with the crossbow doesn't bolster your case at all. The man who disappeared from the stage and the man who crashed into the tower are one and the same. The forensic investigation team's report are unequivocal on that point. And the second flaw in your assertion is a distant lack of motive. Why would this man have wanted to take the victim's life? He had no reason to do so. Oh, I'm sure he did, considering Mr. Asman is the professor. And I'm sure the professor probably killed this dude's someone. I don't know. A motive? I think of everything myself. I have here a contract provided by the witness. What contract is it, Lord Venzeeks? The contract in which Mr. Drebler entered with the victim, Mr. Asman. It reads, Mr. Drebler is to receive 30% of all remunerations from government grants or other income. 30%? Certainly very favorable contractual conditions. But there was one very important provision bolted onto that clause. What provision? Mr. Drebler may only uphold this right on condition that both contracting parties are alive. In other words, if either of us were to die, the contract would become null and void. I don't think you were doing it for the money. That wasn't your motive. You wanted to kill this man. You don't give a fuck about the money. Ah! Oh, I almost dropped my controller. Sorry if I like screamed into the mic. So you see, I had nothing to gain from Mr. Asman's death. A diametric opposite, in fact. I always put that condition into my contracts. Yeah, me too. Just an... Need I say more? The witness had neither an opportunity nor a reason to commit the alleged crime. I'm going to press X to doubt on that. In short, the possibility of Mr. Drebler having done as you suggest is nil. Ugh. What? Stop jiggling. It seems the defense's assertion was somewhat wide of the mark, Lord Venzeeks. We'll submit the contract as evidence, please. Contract between Mr. Asman and Mr. Drebler detailing the terms which they would profit from. Sorry, I had to sneeze. They would profit from the kinesis experiment. That's true. If Drebler had no opportunity to switch the birdcage under the stage, the one in the Crystal Tower, thank you, he couldn't have done it. And in any case, I have no idea what his motive might have been. Mr. Asman is the professor. Let me read this fucking contract. Terms of investment. The investor, Mr. Adi Asman, hereby enters into contract with the provider, Mr. Enoch Drebler, to fund labor and materials for the construction of a super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine. Mr. Drebler is to receive 30% of all remunerations from government grants or other income. Mr. Drebler may only uphold this right on condition that both contracting parties are alive. Okay. one aspect of your argument that still holds true, however. There were 2 bird cages. The prosecution is unable to deny that. Ah. So I'm sure you're on the right lines, Mr. Naruto. And I have no doubt there are other aspects of your assertion that are undeniable truths, too. Get you a hype woman like Susato? Well, it would seem the defense has no rejoinder to offer. Well, I must say, I'm a little surprised. I came here to testify about the machine I built, and instead my reputation is defiled. But the prosecution's counter has set the record straight, I think. I'm not done with you yet, steampunk Estinian. It's impossible that I'm the culprit. At the beginning of this trial, we believed that there was only 1 birdcage. Yet, we know there must have been 2. In other words, there was more to the demonstration than we realized at first. I think it's abundantly clear that the same applies to the culprit. Get to the point. Oh. Reading that line in my mind, I pictured Elidibus Ardbert saying when in 5.3 after the sad duty, when Y'shtola's asking him questions and he's just like, get to the point. That played in my mind. The stage demonstration was constructed and set up in its entirety by you, Mr. Dribbler. Therefore, it's inconceivable that you had no hand in the events that transpired. So circumstances mean it's impossible that you could have carried out the crime yourself. It points to the fact that someone else was involved. Someone else? Counsel, are you suggesting? Yes, my lord, Mr. Dribbler had an accomplice.
Objection!
An accomplice now? Well then, I presume you're prepared for what's to come? Now that you're accusing not only this witness, but someone else of the most serious of crimes. If these accusations turn out to be false, then make no mistake. The prosecution will demand an equally serious punishment for your slander. Well, counsel, do you intend to pursue this course and formally accuse another party of involvement in this matter? Okay, maybe Mr. Asman wasn't the professor, but the professor or a professor. You know, serial killers always have like the later on down the line, it's like that one person that's like, I'm in awe of your work, and then becomes like the professor version 2 and tries to like replicate what they did. Like, maybe there was like one of those kind of guys. Yeah, like like the Incredibles. The Incredibles, but with mass murderers. At the moment, there's little more than a hunch on my part. I don't know for sure if Dribbler had any accomplice, or even if there really is the culprit here. Or another, though, I have to make my position clear as a lawyer. So what's my stance going to be? Did Dribbler have an accomplice or not? Okay, what people do I know? Maybe the secret to spell technique capturing perfect likeness. Why do I want to say the accomplice was 2 spells? Mainly because the fact that she's like a master waxwork maker that she could have made. And the quote-unquote theft wasn't actually a theft. I just never assumed there was an accomplice, but now that there is one, like, I don't know, I feel like she's the only... person that fits the bill. Gonna save scum this. I really hope Miss Two Spells isn't evil because I like her. Is there to name Mr. Jebler's accomplice? Well, the 2 birdie cages must have been switched. Everything points to that. Yet according to the coroner's report, that's not a possibility. Or the coroner made a fake report. And the coroner does look like Mr. Jebler. Are they related? That inconsistency itself is a clue. Did... My lord, I've received a stark warning already. Feel are nevertheless determined, and I must now ask you to identify this alleged accomplice by name. Somehow, 2 bird cage must have been switched. Everything points to that. Yet according to the coroner's report, that's not a possibility, but the inconsistency itself is a clue. Okay. Yeah, the only 2 people it can be is either Miss Two Spells, but that they specifically mentioned the coroner report. I believe it's probably... she probably forged the report. And they look like siblings or something. White hair. I know his hair turned white. But still. Gray eyes. Grayish, greenish eyes. Grayish, greenish...
Take that!
No, okay. Okay, I guess that's not right. This professor is definitely going to make waves. A lot of waves. Could very well... oh, wait, is this right? Could very well turn every single person in this... I thought I just got it wrong because the music kept going. That's how I judge if I get things right or not. I'm sure I'll be right. All right, Mr. Naruto. Thank you, Mr. Sato. The enemy always appears larger than life, but you'll appear exactly the same to the enemy. Alright then, here goes. You've kept us waiting long enough. Your answer, cancel, now. Gender vibes, right? Person who concluded with Mr. Jebler in order to carry out this wicked crime is Scotland Yard's coroner, Dr. Courtney Scythe. What in the blazes are you talking about, Dr. Scythe? The head of the forensic investigation team, and the coroner who conducted the autopsy on the victim. It's no coincidence that they look alike. We know there were 2 bird cages, so who could have carried out the switch to complete the illusion? The accident happened in front of a huge crowd of spectators, and the area was immediately sealed off. Then everyone, police officers included, were banished to make way for the forensic investigation team. When else could the switch have occurred? It can only have been in that team's presence. Ooh, did I strike something there, Mr. Dribbler? You look mad. It's essential that the court determines exactly what happened in the following incident. Defense demands that Dr. Scythe be summoned to the witness stand at once to testify. Got nerve, lad. Standing up there, dragging the odds name through the mud. I mean, you guys do that. Aside from Gina and aside from Gina, Toby, and honestly, Gregson has been growing on me in the last couple chapters. Fuck the rest of y'all. Fuck the rest of y'all. I only trust those three. Doing very well. No better dead room worker out there. How dare you call her a criminal? My learned friend's imagination appears to be wilder than the East End at night. Juror number 6, a cat. But the recklessness of your accusation aside, there is another grave problem with your argument. One which the prosecution demands you address at once. A grave problem? Oh my word. Who do you claim acted as the victim's doppelganger? A wax figure. What? Something if the birdcage containing the body of the victim was exchanged for another, the cage must have also contained a body. And yet, no missing persons or accidental deaths of anyone even remotely resembling the victim have been reported. Because it wasn't a person. Which means there was no one, dead or alive, who could have fulfilled the role of a body double for Mr. Asman. That's true. My argument is there were 2 bird cages, and there must have also been 1 person inside each cage. But I don't know if I got the answer. We do. What can I do to reveal how this body stunt was achieved? Names. Okay, well. Okay, wait. Present. I mean, I could present the head, or I can name Miss Two Spells because she's a wax figure. I don't know which. Okay, I'm gonna name Miss Two Spells first because her whole thing was like the wax figure being stolen. If not, then I assume it's the head. Once will address my learned friend's concerns by revealing the identity of the person who act. Oh, that's what they mean by name. Oh, no. Okay, never mind. Never mind. They meant like this person was the double. Okay, nope. Very well, the defense will address my learned friend's concerns by presenting the evidence that reveals the true nature of Mr. Asman's body. Okay, that makes more sense. Good gracious, evidence? I do hope it isn't filibustering, counsel. The court is expecting a name. If you think you have relevant evidence, present it now. Bodied up on the birdcage were hiding inside the balloon that was floating above this. Okay, yeah, then they explain. Which means any witness would only have seen them from 60 feet away. So, who is it appeared out of the explosion? Some 18 meters of spectators. The body double inside the second birdcage was... Pulls out a head.
Take that!
Oh wait, the music didn't stop. Why didn't the music stop? No, the victim, Mr. Asman's birdcage, that was situated inside the kinesis machine on stage, and therefore he couldn't have been inside the second birdcage. Instead, that one contained something else. What has been described as a body double, which is what fell from the sky and crashed. Why does the music keep going? That's how I judge if I'm getting it right or not. Yes, counsel, according to your somewhat elaborate version of events. And that body double inside the second birdcage was in fact... Did I get something wrong? It's alright, Mr. Naruto. You're ready for this. Just steel yourself and come out with it. Thank you, Mrs. Otto. I needed that. Stop having the music stop later. As I was saying, the body double inside the second birdcage was, as unbelievable as it may seem, that thing right there. Oh, we brought the entire thing. Okay.
Objection!
Open your eyes and look into mine, my Nipponese friend. Th- Now tell me, what are you playing at? Stand firm now, Ryunosuke. This is time to show your Japanese spirit. As the court will observe, that is a waxwork model. A model, in fact, of an infamous London murderer from 10 years ago, the Professor.
Objection!
You started by indicating the leader of the forensic investigation team as an accomplice in this crime, and now you've moved on to indicating a waxwork. Yes, that's about the size of it. But why? And why this waxwork? Looks nothing like the victim. In fact, it could hardly resemble... He's wearing a... They put a helmet on him. What possible justification can you give? If you want to know why, ask Mr. Drebler. What? Just days before Professor Harebrain performed his public demonstration, Mr. Drebler abducted this model from Madame Tuspel's. Is Madame Tuspel's gonna get to witness? Can I cross-examine Madame Tuspel's? Did you say abducted? And 2 days after the incident at the Great Exposition, he returned it to the museum. Then the timing. Is this true, Mr. Drebler? At first, I couldn't see why Mr. Drebler would have stolen the waxwork and then given it back again. But now the reason is clear. He took it so that he could put it inside the second birdcage as a body double for Mr. Aspen. I mean, I feel like a reaction like that is telling enough, you know? Are you hearing this, ladies and gentlemen of the jury? Are you hearing the defense's astonishing proposal? The witness fabricated this vast machine with the intention of deceiving some wretched scientist. Maybe his body just, maybe. That he did so in collusion with the country's finest corner on public stage in front of a vast audience. When you put it like that, Venzeeks, yeah, it sounds a little crazy, okay? But still, it's possible. But when you line up all the stuff in order like that, it sounds a little crazy. Okay, sure. Whatever. And to effect the deception, he used a waxwork model that in no way resembles the victim. Take the helmet off! Really to believe that far-fetched tale? What do you decide?
Objection!
Wait. Yes, if you put it like that. Of course it sounds implausible. I need to speak, if you please. Go ahead, Mr. Foreman. Myself and my colleagues have reached an agreement. No, we're not doing this. Jurors, we were cool. You were the first group of jurors that haven't annoyed the fuck out of me. We're cool, we're friends. Very good, in that case. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will state your learnings for the court to hear now. Your learnings.
Guilty!
No!
Guilty!
No!
Guilty! Guilty!
Guilty!
Guilty! No, you know what? It's fine. I get to make the jurors look stupid, and Brock has to shut up for like the next 20 minutes because he's not allowed to talk during these. As indicated by the foreman, the jury has reached a consensus. It was gonna happen. We shall get through this, Mr. Naruto, as we always do, and uncover some new truths along the way, I'm quite sure. Yes, I agree. I have to appeal to the jurors as usual and see if I can persuade them to change their minds. Until now, I like I like how at this point in the game they're just like, we know what you're gonna do, so just get on with it. We know you're gonna ask, so don't bother asking. You fellows ready to proceed, Mr. Foreman? We are, my lord. Very well. In the case, I ask you now state clearly for all present to hear. The grounds on which each of you has decided the defendant is guilty of the crime in which he is charged. I will say, I don't mind these just because Barack shuts up for like 20 minutes. It's just nice not having to hear him for a little bit. On that woman for years, she'd never been accomplice to anything. It's utter nonsense to think that you would ever be conniving with one another. Oh dear, this is most troubling. But surely the waxwork the man stole has nothing to do with the coroner, is it? Had my own problems with the members of the police. I don't trust them much. I've seen no rigorous proof that the waxwork was ever inside the birdcage. It's conjecture. Accusing someone without right evidences? Oh, whoops, sorry. It's not a proper job, is he? I won't have it. Somewhat unsurprisingly, it seems the introduction of this waxwork model to the proceedings has polarized opinion. Why does she have corn? I have no idea, Butters. I have no idea. Given that its face is obscured and its build in no way resembles that of the victim, I can only applaud my learned friend's temerity at suggesting it as Mr. Asmund. Can we take the... do you have like a locksmith? You're a court. I assume a court would have some sort of locksmith. Take the helmet off. She's hungry. Yes, the applause is deafening, and yes, I know it seems extraordinary, but that's the point. That's why I have a strong feeling that it's actually a greater clue than anyone yet realizes. What are you thinking, Mr. Naruto? I can't explain why at the moment, but I feel as though there was a specific reason why it was used. Why it had to be this model. Because Mr. Osmond's the professor. I'm still 100%ing that Mr. Osmond is either the professor or he's like related to the professor or something. Yes, and I'm convinced. She's cornered. It's something far more significant than whether or not the model looks like the victim. Well, if that's the case, we must prevent the trial from ending prematurely, at all costs. Yes, agreed. Can we seriously not just get a locksmith in here? I have to find a way out of this. If you are ready, counsel, you may proceed with the summation examination. Yes, my lord. Known that woman for years, she'd never be an accomplished. But everything seems to have changed around here for some reason. I'm a copper lad. It's copper's discretion to bend the rules sometimes when needs must. I feel like cops have been known to bend the rules when they feel like they need to, a little more than sometimes. What's wrong with that? I mean... where do I start? You don't say! But what the yard for 40 odd years. That's even more than I thought. Only had Metropolitan Police Service in town for 70 years, you know? Of course, times have changed. The public didn't trust coppers back when I started. It was rough. I mean, do they still? Do they trust them now? We had to fight crime and we had to fight to win the public's trust, and well, we did. Did you? Well, this is Britain, so They probably did. Forensic science was in its infancy too, even more than it is now. And she spearheaded the revolution. Dr. Scythe, you mean? Sus. That's right, about 10 years ago now was when I was still a youngish Bobby on the beat. Youngish? She started making a name for herself as a top-class coroner. Now look at her, head of the forensic investigation team, and a woman no less. Well, don't hear me complain. It's well dreamt back then, I tell you. Could you tell me without holding a gun in the air? We're all upholding justice, lad. Full of vim we were, full of vim. We can put the gun away, we are in a courtroom. That's coming across loud and clear. Only Gina is the only person allowed to hold a gun in this courtroom. What nonsense to think those two would ever be conniving with one another. But we're only just starting to understand the case. What are you reading there, sir? Man behind those murders on Solar Pond Street was caught 2 days flat. That's real policing for you. That's really not relevant to the case, is it? You're wrong there. Because it was Dr. Scythe in charge of examining the bodies. It was evidence arising from her work that led to the arrest of the scoundrel responsible. Oh. That's right, oh. That woman is at the forefront of this country's fight against crime. The idea that she somehow became involved in this murky business is a load of old tosh. I thought it was up to me to press the jurors, not the other way around. Oh dear, this is most troubling, but surely the waxwork the man stole has nothing to do with the coroner. Why would you assume that? Well, quite simply because that unsettling swindler has no relationship with the woman, does he? They look exactly the same. How can you say that, juror number 2? True, as it stands, we don't know of any connection. Oh gosh, but it would be delightfully romantic if they were somehow to have a mutual interest in the waxwork. Romantic? A woman of society such as myself views everything in terms of relationships, you know. Okay. Well, you learn something new every day, even if you don't want to. One might wonder about the possible relationship between the defendant and this coroner woman. Or perhaps between the defendant and the handsome prosecutor just there? Are you shipping... Wait, who's the defendant? Are you shipping Hairbrain with the prosecutor? Ma'am? Ma'am? This is a courtroom. She's browsing AO3. Ma'am, I'm gonna need your full attention in the courtroom. Please get off AO3. This woman may be more astute than I've been giving her credit for. If that's the woman's stance, then perhaps demonstrating some connection between the waxwork and Dr. Scythe would be enough. Yes, I agree. As we have... Hello? Sorry, I hear a cat. What's wrong? Ma'am, what tags are you searching? As soon as we have even a whiff of connection, she'll be the first to know. I've had my own problems with the members of the police. I don't trust them much. Hold it! What sort of problems? Let's just say we've run into each other on numerous occasions while I've been performing on the street. Right, I see. Obviously, artists such as myself cannot appear on stage as we work in close proximity to our audiences. So we perform our great magic in parks, on the street, corners, and the like. But the police use any excuse to make our lives difficult. Funny how things haven't changed. Do you have something? I bet you have something to say about that, Mr. Copper.
Excuse me.
you have something to say in response to that, Mr. Automole? Who you calling a mass murderer? I mean, I don't think anyone did. But I feel like the fact that you are coming out with a stance like that says a bit more about you than anything here. Excuse me. I don't believe anyone accused you of being a mass murderer, my dude. Sorry, my mistake. I got confused because I heard you look like him. Wait, did I misread something? For an agreement, but please any excuse to make our lives difficult. People asking me a lot of questions about me being a mass murderer that are already answered on my shirt. I don't look anything like the man. You wouldn't be locked up, Sonny. Thanks, Mr. Sholmes. Perhaps we could move on. I was really wondering if you had something you wanted to add in response to what your three just said. Can you put the gun away? And clearly you do. Back in my day, back in the good old days, it wasn't like this. Of course it wasn't. What was it like, sir? Worked our fingers to the bone to earn the public's trust, we did. And by Jove, we earned it. People respected us back then. Respected you? No one would have called the coroner into question in them days. The coroner's report was the hallmark of an investigation done right. Especially Dr. Courtney Stevens put her name to it. Dr. Courtney Stevens was the one who did the autopsy for, or the report for the professor. She was best of the best. Hold on a minute. What are you talking about? Who's Courtney Stevens? Oh, sorry, got a bit carried away there. Stevens is Dr. You weren't allowed to talk during this, excuse you. You have to shut the fuck up. Stevens is Dr. Scythe's maiden name. Oh! Okay. So she has a connection to the professor. Gonna make some tea, I'll be right back. Yeah. Riri just goes, jumps over the podium and like runs up to him and just puts my finger on his mouth like, shh. Okay. So if she's Stevens, who did the autopsy report for the professor. Did she forge that one too? And then did she forge the autopsy report for the professor? So the professor wasn't actually dead? They faked his death? And then, I don't know, maybe something happened and then her and Mr. Drebler decided to team up to... Okay, the professor I think is still definitely Mr. Asman. So they faked Mr. Asman's autopsy report. He didn't actually die. And he went on to be Mr. Asman, blah, blah, blah. I guess, I don't know if she felt bad after, or I don't know, but her and Mr. Enoch Drebler, I guess, planned this out to kill him for real. This, I don't know. Yeah. Her maiden name. That was before she was married. Of course, yes, silly me. It's Scythe now, isn't it? Stevens. sure I've seen that name somewhere recently. Anyway, the point is, those were great days of policing, not like now. Where's Mr. Scythe? That is true. Where is Mr. Scythe? Is Enoch Drebler Mr. Scythe? Are they husband and wife and not brother and sister? Did Mr. Is he as gender as you, Miss Courtney? Sorry to interrupt, sir. Like, I have, like, kind of, I think, maybe what's going on in my mind kind of playing out, but I feel like I'm not wording it correctly, and I'm still not 100% on what I'm thinking, so I'm like, maybe not. But do you think you could change your statement to include that name? No. Well, yes, I don't see why not. This is back when I knew of her. Third corner, even then. I forget, you don't show... No, for the jurors, you never show evidence, right? Unless they specifically ask. It's just about pitting them against each other. That's troubling, but surely the waxwork the man stole has nothing to do with the... Oh, okay, here. Because now we have her name. She's saying the waxwork has nothing to do with the coroner, but it does because she did the autopsy report.
Objection!
Those two statements clearly contradict each other. Good gracious. To whose statements do you refer, counsel? So, juror number 2. Oh, gosh, me? What can I do for you? I presume you heard what juror number 6 said in his statement. It's brought to light that the maiden name of the coroner, Dr. Scythe, which in turn has revealed a connection that wasn't apparent before. Well, naturally, as a woman of society, I find such connections and relationships irresistible. But oh golly, I'm afraid I fail to see what you mean. Dr. Scythe's maiden name is Stevens, and to that name, the coroner is very definitely linked with the waxwork of the killer. The defense has evidence to prove it. My goodness, evidence you say? How utterly enthralling. Counsel, the court cannot overlook that last remark. I very much hope there is substance on your claim. Of course, my lord. I would ask the court to look at this. The evidence that clearly links Dr. Scythe to the mass murderer known as the Professor. Throws the envelope across the room and hits Barack in the face with it.
Take that!
I have here an autopsy report from 10 years ago. 10-year-old autopsy report? What relevance does that have? I love this gay little pose he does with the little sassy gay hand on the sword smirking pose. It's of course from the autopsy of the person portrayed in the waxwork, the killer known as the Professor. The Professor's, but the man was a capital offender, so... That's right. The certificate of death was drawn up after the convict's execution, but was he actually executed? That's what I want to know. The identity of the killer was never made public, so the report gives few details. But what's important is the name of the coroner who wrote it. Courtney Stevens. Oh my, Courtney Stevens? Strike a light! It appears that the professor's autopsy was conducted by Dr. Scythe 10 years ago, and a few days ago, Mr. Drebler very deliberately stole the waxwork of the professor from Madame Tuspel's. A waxwork that doesn't in fact resemble the victim, Mr. Asmund, at all. And do you suppose there's some unsavory relationship between those events? Absolutely. I'm sure of it. There's no doubt in my mind that the professor's case is at the heart of a link that we have yet to uncover between Courtney Scythe and Mr. Enoch Drebler. Hidden links, mysterious connections, secret relationships. This is all most extraordinary. Those are the tags she's looking up in AO3 right now. She's on her phone right now and she's like, Hidden links, mysterious connections, secret relationships. Search. We're surely obliged now to explore this further. Quite right. We can't let this trial come to an end now. Not while there's a cloud of suspicion hanging over the odds. Best coroner. Wasn't like this back in my day, but we're still here to uphold justice in the end. Oh, she's so cute. It's the professor. That's what links the frightful swindler and the coroner. Okay. No problems with members of the police. Do not trust them much. See no rigorous proof this waxwork was ever inside the birdcage. It's conjecture. But you claim the whole instantaneous kinesis demonstration was a trick. That I did, but there's more than one way to pull a rabbit out of a hat, isn't there? Sorry. I grant you, given that this cage appeared from amidst the explosion, there'd have been no need to use a real person. But if a waxwork had been used, the culprit could have at least had the decency to make it look like the victim. Does anyone not notice the cage on this man's head with a lock on it? Unlock the key. I'm not sure exactly how much criminals are governed by decency. Well, the point is, if you're going to make a claim about that waxwork being inside the birdcage, you need to give us some evidence. Without that, it's just not science. I suppose we should expect nothing less than a logical argument from the Fellow of the Royal Society. But perhaps his mind can be cleared if we manage to present suitable evidence? Evidence the Professor Waxwork was inside that birdcage. Can I produce that or not? Oh, the glass. Right, because we found the glass. We found the glass in its pocket. I think. I believe we found the glass in his pocket. I do have evidence. Actually, I have something I'd like you to see, sir. Oh. I must warn you that I firmly believe it's only wise to trust men in white coats. What? What? What the fuck does that mean? Given your jet black outfit, I don't mind admitting to a sense of trepidation. What the fuck? You're wearing black! And I'm wearing blue! Hello? Sir! You yourself are wearing black! I'm wearing a blue suit! Looking in the mirror must be very trying. I do have some evidence that proves the waxwork was inside the birdcage, namely... Okay, I can see the helmet. I can see this because we found it in the balloon in the workshop. But I feel like the glass is more substantial because found in the folds of the yeah.
Take that!
Yeah. What's that? A piece of glass. Well, it's unusually thick for glass. Yes, it's a piece of broken glass that we found inside the jacket on the waxwork. As you say, it's no ordinary glass though. It's very thick and clearly made for extra strength. Much like the special glass that was developed for the construction of the Crystal Tower. The Crystal... Holy smoke! Exactly. The centerpiece of the Great Exposition where the very incident we're talking about took place. On the day in question, the birdcage fell from above and smashed through a window of that special glass. From whence the small piece originated. Is that it? Precisely. So, what do you say? Now that clear evidence in support of the assertion has been placed before you? Well, as I said, I only trust men in white coats as a rule. However, what is that rule? What kind of, what the fuck? Does he mean like a doctor? Like a lab coat? Like what? What the fuck is that? When the reasoning is sound, it's fair to say color shouldn't come into it. You don't say. You don't say. In light of what you've shown me, yes, I feel obliged to change my position on the matter. In that case, juror number 4, will you amend your statement now, please? Once the glass leaves me, little doubt the waxwork was indeed inside the birdcage. Accusing someone without right evidence, not a proper job, is it? I won't have it.
Hold it!
Got to ask, why have you brought that corn to the courtroom with you? Colonel Cobb? He's been growing back on the farm, picked him off me way into town. He's a proper nibbler, he is? Yes, the nibbling seems to be taking quite a while. Maybe it could wait until after the trial? Oh, I don't like the sound of that. We need corners at a time like these. Whenever I've something big to decide, the colonels always point me in the right direction. Okay. You're talking about your cob of corn? Nibble, nobble, guilty, bobble, nibble, not guilty. What the fuck is happening? They're still going. We're okay. Perhaps it's akin to fortune telling with flower petals, like people do back at home. So Professor Harebrain's fate is to be decided by a cob of corn. Could you not at least wait until we've had more time to find the truth before deciding on the defendant's guilt? Put some cheese on that. Oh, I don't know about that. My tum's awfully full already. Amazing. Ryu. I'm not here for the fucking corn pun. We're not doing it. We're not doing the corn puzz, Ryunosuke. Amazing. Get the fuck out of here. I know it seems a little far-fetched to think that the... Yes, we are. That was a great one. Happy you're on his side. But on the other hand, this explains a lot. Is there really a reason why that particular waxwork had to be used in Mr. Asmund's stubble? We must do everything we can to make the jurors understand it. The truth is, I'm sure that's the key to this, but the most puzzling part of it too. In that case, you should see what additional information you can glean whilst trying to change the juror's mind. If you can read a book whilst eating a rice cracker, Mr. Naruhodo, I'm sure you can do this. Right, yes. Yard corner's under suspicion, then we're not done here yet, are we, clearly? Is that a nonsense to think those two... Did I not press his statement? Oh, no, he never mind, he swapped already. A nonsense to think those two would ever be conniving with one another. I have my own problems with members of the police. I do not trust them much. The presence of that piece of glass leaves me in little doubt the waxwork was indeed inside the birdcage. Accusing someone without right evidence is not a proper job. I won't have it. Oh, she's talking about evidence. And then we have the glass?
Objection!
Yeah. Good gracious. To whose statements do you refer, counsel? If you could put down your corn for a moment, juror number 5. Oh, you mean me? You've pointed out it's wrong to make an accusation without evidence, but the accusation that the waxwork model was inside the second birdcage on the day in question is not without supporting evidence, as the defense demonstrated to the juror sitting beside you. Oh, is that right? Welcome back. Ryu made a corn pun, and I've gotten the lady and the police officer to change their minds, and I'm about to get the corn child and the scientist to change his mind now. You can follow the argument. I don't understand much besides Colonel Cobb, to be honest. I'm actually doing better today. I haven't had much trouble today, unlike last time where I was getting everything wrong. If I could interject here, please do, sir. Da, 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 da. Sorry, give me 1 second. Da, 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 da. I fucking could not get this one for quite a bit. Oh, really? This one, I almost, when he asked for evidence about the wax double, I almost did the head, but then I remember that we found the glass in the pocket of the mannequin, and I'm like, that probably makes more sense. Now the assertion of yours about the waxwork has been backed up by some solid evidence. It would be wrong of me, as a man of science, to not pursue this matter further. Oh, you can figure what the pairs were. Gotcha. I only this one I just because um Cobb Child specifically stated evidence, and the only other person we gave evidence for really was the scientist. So I'm just like, I guess it's these two. Oh fuck! What did they say? Well, me too then. Okay, sorry. This brainy gentleman says he's right, then he must be. See, I wouldn't dream of going against Colonel Cobb or anyone who's got stuff in between their ears. Get fucked, Barack. Success. If you can call it that. Thank you, counsel, that'll do. As a result of the summation examination, the jury's overall leaning has changed. 2 jurors now call guilty against 4 who call not guilty. Accordingly, the court has failed to reach a consensus at this time. Trial must continue. We did. He gets so shocked every time we do it. Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo. Another wonderful victory. We did it. We did it. The waxwork of the despicable professor, used as a body double for the victim in this quite extraordinary case. I must say, it's extremely hard to believe the assertion could possibly be true. However, it wouldn't appear that it does at least warrant further investigation. If the waxwork of the professor that links Strebler and Dr. Scythe, and I'm convinced that there's a special significance to the link. I know what you're hoping to prove, lad. I really don't. The truth, sir, by using evidence and testimony. Something police don't understand. If the court is to delve deeper into the alleged involvement of the waxwork in this case, then the prosecution calls for the owner of the model to be summoned. Yes! As a witness, Miss Two Spells. The owner. Madame Two Spells. I really thought that Lord Van Zeeks would object to this whole line of inquiry. Very well, I concur. Make arrangements for Madame Two Spells to appear as a witness with immediate effect. I think Madame Two Spells is like my favorite like NPC character. I don't count Gina as like I count Gina as part of the main cast. Gina and Gregson are part of the main cast. Someone who's like a little side character. Madame Two Spells is Queen. I love her. Listen carefully, my learned friend. Yes. You should know that you're on the brink of opening Pandora's box. And? The court shall now adjourn for 45 minutes. During that time, the prosecution will summon the new witness and prepare for her taking the stand. Madame Two Spells, yes. I shall see to it at once, my lord. Do, do, do. Do, 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 do. To be continued. Save your current progress. I'm out of coffee. Fuck. Okay, actually, I will BRB really quick. I'm gonna quickly go make a tea and use the washroom before I continue. Um, you all, I know Shiki already made tea, but go use the washroom or something. Go drink some water. Go stretch or something. I will be right back. Okay, I shall be back in just a second. Okay, I am back. Tea is made. I almost did the thing. Okay, sometimes um where's the game? Sometimes I thank you. If I want to make tea quickly and kind of do it the lazy way, I fuck, what's it called? Instead of boiling the kettle on the stove, I'll use like our Keurig machine, and I just won't put I won't put a coffee pot in it, so it just dispenses hot water, and I'll make tea like that if I want to be lazy. But sometimes I forget to check if someone used it before, if there's a coffee pot in it. So sometimes I remember this time. So sometimes I go to make tea and there'll be like a used coffee pod still in it, and I will have really nasty watered down coffee water in my tea, and then have to make it again. This time while the water was boiling, I was like, oh shit, and I like ran to like open it and pull it out really quickly before it started dispensing, because I was like, fuck. Because it's happened on too many occasions, and it tastes disgusting. Ah, the knight errant himself. Oh, have you been watching from the gallery, Mr. Sholmes? I've been on the edge of my seat the entire time. Courtroom trials are fascinating affairs, as a spectator at least. I'm glad you've been enjoying yourself. I have to ask, what on earth is going on? It makes no sense. What is this professor business all about? He doesn't look like any professor I've met before. Who even is he? He's a mass murderer. Of course. You were in Germany already 10 years ago? Yes, the professor. When I discovered he was the one who'd been abducted, a sense of foreboding stirred within me. But who knew the monster would come knocking at your door? My heartfelt sympathies. As it turns out, Lord Van Zieks is even more intimately tied to this case than any of us realized, isn't he? Yes, how true. His great friend from university in the dock. And now a waxwork of the killer who took his esteemed brother's life makes an appearance too. I imagine even the shrewd Mr. Reaper failed to foresee that kick in the teeth. An extraordinary move on your part, my dear fellow, to throw that in front of the man. You make it sound deliberate. I can't help feeling that this professor case is really very puzzling. Oh yes, in what particular manner? Well, there's Mr. Drebler, Dr. Scythe, and Lord Van Zieks. It seems that everybody in the trial has a link to the case somehow. Yes, in fact, I alone am not a member of the set. Though that leaves me as an empty set, all alone with no intersection to any other. Excuse me. Oh. Ma'am. Dr. Scythe. Ah, Dr. Courtney Scythe, niece Stevens. Good day to you. Your gender handed over. Honestly, Scythe is very gender. Hello, Sholmes. That was very shrewd of you. What in particular, pray? You requested that 10-year-old autopsy report from Gregson, didn't you? Why would you assume such a thing? Because Gregson told me. To think it's been 10 years. 10 years in the laboratory, wielding my scalpel. I smell of nothing but corpses and disinfectant. Okay, when you say things like this, it makes you sound a little sus. Like, I get it. That's your job. Nothing but corpses and disinfectant. But when you proceed saying this with using your scalpel, like, it makes you kind of sound like kind of murderer-y. Is that just me? Like, I get you're a coroner, but like, I don't know, those two sentences right after each other. Policeman on the jury had a lot to say about you, as it happens, Dr. Scythe. And I've accused you of being complicit in what happened. I'm hoping you'll take the stand and tell the truth about what really happened. That certainly won't be possible. Reverend Zeeks won't be summoning me as a witness. Lord Strongguard has forbidden it. What? That sounds sus. The fuck? Lord Strongheart? Pandora's box you were warned about is the Professor's case. But please don't mistake of thinking you'll get any information about it out of me. But attempting to hide from the truth, that's cowardice. I've always fought crime in the way I see fit. I've no regrets, none at all. And that's all I came here to say. So, good day to you. Mentioned it too. That's this Pandora's box. What is the British government up to? Whatever does it mean? There's really no cause for concern, I assure you. When the trial resumes, the meaning will all become too apparent, whether you like it or not. Huh? Now then, I believe it's almost time. I must make my way back to the public gallery. The edge of my seat awaits. I think maybe you're enjoying yourself a little too much. Ah, yes, a word of warning before I go. If in the course of the trial this afternoon you perceive even a shadow of doubt about the truth, don't let it out of your sight. Pursue it like a dog with a bone. Pursue it like Toby. To the bitter end, you understand? Do not falter. Whatever may come to pass. Alright, I understand. Thank you. Good. I shall make myself scarce then. Sholmes oh, it's the caramel. I had purchased a bar of caramel earlier, so I'll be gnawing at that as you gnaw away at the truth. Alright. What did that warning from Mr. Sholmes really mean, I wonder? Especially the bit about whatever may come to pass? Time for the final chapter then. I'm determined to find the truth, no matter what. The truth of the star. Where souls and stars rest, find your truth. In this, the final chapter of the tale of this star. I forgot how it went. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby reconvene the proceedings of this court. Counsels for the defense and prosecution, are you ready and able to continue? The prosecution is ready, my lord. Yes, my lord, the defense is also ready. Love that they left the prop in just the middle. Yeah, just... I know, is that safe? Last time we left evidence in the middle of a courtroom, someone burned down the entire courtroom. As the court is aware, the case under scrutiny began with the damaging incident at the Great Exposition. Yet now we find ourselves embroiled in the details of a convicted felon who was sent to the gallows a decade ago. Don't worry, I'm keeping an eye on it. Thank you, Shuki. This trial certainly has defied all expectation, as it seems to be the fate of all trials in which this Nipponese is involved, my lord. Rude! Listen, not my fault your criminals are fucking batshit crazy and, like, the weirdest shit happens. That's not my fault. I just pointed out. Let's begin our exploration of the defense's assertion that the waxwork was cardinally involved in this matter. Yeah, well, it's weird how when this white man is involved, the defendants die. Advanceeks. My lord. Are we still awaiting the arrival of Madame Tuspel? Not at all. She is in the antechamber as we speak, and ready to be summoned. Very well, bring in the witness. At once, my lord. Bailiff, show Madame Tuspel to the stand. Things are about to become a lot more intense. If Trevor is responsible, and as I'm sure he is, he means he must have an accomplice. Dr. Scythe. Get your... Oh, no, go grab your cheese. Go get your cheese. And what connects the pair of them is this waxwork. Yes, the model of the professor. That's the key to the link between these otherwise unrelated individuals. Tenuous link, admittedly, but at present it's all we have to go on. My mom brat. Sorry, I was gonna say my mom brought home cupcakes, but I got distracted by the giant Sholmes face that Madame Tuspel is holding. State your name and occupation for the court, please. My name is Madame Esmeralda Tuspels. I'm a waxwork artisan. Seems normal to me. And the proprietress of Madame Tuspel's Museum of Waxwork. You have to pardon me for working as I testify. My new exhibit must open very soon. Oh, so he finally gets a statue, does he? Now, there are 2 of them in the world. Oh my, what an expression. What expression she's carving onto that face. Sato, that's his, like, blank expression. A number of days ago, a particular waxwork model was stolen from your museum. Can you confirm this? Oui, that's true. At first we believed it had been kidnapped. A waxwork model? Kidnapped? Yes, my lord, there was a demand for ransom money left by the culprit. However, according to what I have just been told outside the courtroom, it was not a true ransom. The only French person, Miss Tuspels. I love me, Miss Tuspels. I understand it was utilized as a substitute for the body of a murder victim. At present, that's no more than conjecture proposed by the defense. This is the victim of the case in question, Mr. Audi Asman. But of course, I know him well. He's part of my odious personages exhibit. At present, there's no more than conjecture. This is the victim of the case from started, but of course, I know him well. He's part of my odious personage exhibit. I detest to say what is evident, but Mr. Asman does not resemble the professor at all. Okay, so Mr. Asman isn't the professor. But did they like make a second waxwork head? That doesn't make sense. Did they swap the heads of Mr. Asman and the other Professor I don't know. Yes, but perhaps their faces are very similar. Are you suggesting that we should see the demasked visage of the professor? I have here the key, but it's strictly forbidden to open the lock. This is absurd. Pardon? I don't know what face you've carved onto your fancy figure beneath the mask. But clearly it won't be that of the actual killer. Indeed. The man's identity was never made public, after all. The trial took place in a closed court. The proceedings were very strictly confidential. The condemned man was summarily executed. His identity remains a closely guarded national secret. I don't get that. He was a mass murderer. Why do you need to conceal his identity? I don't understand that. There's no possible way that a repository of Dodry exhibits could get its hand on that information. Quel dommage. It would seem you're unaware of the Tuspel's principles. What principles? The family Tuspels has always prided itself on sculpting its models à la perfection. Every detail, including the visage, is fashioned with complete fidelity. Et voilà our principles. There's a well-known legend about the Tuspel's waxwork from the time of the French Revolution. A member of the Tuspel's family is said to have made a waxwork of the queen who was executed. Oui, that is true. It was a century ago now. I believe the queen's face was carved in minutes following her death, actually, at the guillotine site. You are correct. The model on display still today is in the House of Horrors. We Tuspel stop at nothing to obtain a faithful replica of our subjects. Dear me, a somewhat disturbing tenacity of purpose. It's the only way to obtain truly lifelike representation of the subject. And it happens to be my family's secret for generations. Does cheese taste like white chocolate? Huh. I don't know how I would feel about that. I mean, white chocolate tastes good. Is there any hint of cheese, or is it just straight up white chocolate? Because then I guess it would be good then? Do you mean to say that beneath the mask? Oui, the true visage of the killer is there. Oh, this is ludicrous. It's out of the question. The Professor spread terror throughout Great Britain. As a result, the Madame Tuspel's special exhibit remains extremely popular even today. The killer emerging from his own grave. It's a sight to behold. You should come. I think, Madame, it would be beneficial to hear your formal testimony on this matter. You'll explain every detail of this macabre model and your personal involvement in this creation. With pleasure. I love her. Oh my god. She's such a queen. I want to be her friend so bad, right? The special exhibit in the House of Horrors is based on a rumor that shocked society in London. Advertising in court to get that coin, right? She knows how to sell her brand. An impression of the visage was taken directly from the corpse in accordance with Tuspel family principles. I enlisted the aid of a gravedigger and created a mold for the head in the cemetery just before the interment. I hid myself until he gave me the signal. I was there for a very long time that night. Oh. So, was that gravedigger... Was it that scene? He wasn't popping out of his grave. She asked him to dig him up. As dawn approached, I was very worried I could be discovered. I mean, I think is digging up. I'm pretty sure digging up a grave is a crime. The grave digger, the man sanctioned it. Oui, I'll do all the. Oh, did she get like the grave caretaker to do it? Is that what she meant? The head of the grave. Okay, yeah. So she got like the Don pay, if you will, of this gravesite. Nobody else knew, only the gravedigger. What harm did I do, huh? I'd do anything for Madame Tuspel's. It's believable, honestly. Honestly. So you truly saw it? The face of that monster. If she was like, dig up this grave, I'd simply do it. Yeah, me too. Naturally, I was aware at the time that his identity was a secret, but Tuspels would not be Tuspels if we did not insist on absolute fidelity to our sculptures. Yeah, is it still a crime if you got the gravesite caretaker to dig up the body for you and you didn't take anything? If you just simply dug up the body with the help of the grave caretaker. would that still be a crime? I wonder. I mean, I guess so. Huh. I actually don't know. Anyway, I don't believe this. I myself have seen the special exhibit at your museum, madame. A truly blood-curdling scene in which the murderer is emerging from his own grave. Not if I have anything to say about it. The scene it depicts was the subject of many rumors in London 10 years ago. I have here a newspaper from the time. The special exhibit was based on the picture in this article. It was the most detailed account of what happened, as reported by the eyewitness of who saw it. 10-year-old article, a newspaper article returning the eyewitness, the alleged resurrection. Professor, okay. The man rises from the grave. It's too absurd for words. The public enjoy absurdity, monsieur. That's why I have reproduced the scene as carefully as possible in my museum. And it's a waxwork from the exhibit that was stolen some days before the incident at the Great Expedition, wasn't it? That's correct. The professor you see before you here. Most puzzling. Counsel for the defense. Proceed with the cross-examination. This waxwork links Trevor to Dr. Scythe, and there has to be some reason for that, which hasn't come to light yet. But I'll find it, and I'll get to the bottom of what really happened. I'll prove that Dr. Scythe and Trebler were in on this crime together. The special exhibit in the house was based on a rumor.
Hold it!
And that rumor would be... Why'd you say that word so distinctly? I don't know. Why did I say that word so distinctly? A 10-year-old tale now, but one that no Londoner would ever forget. Ah, right. I know just what you're talking about, I think. Of course. It couldn't be anything else. Yes, that story would never disappear. The tale of the condemned killer rising from the dead. That is the central attraction of my House of Horrors. The rumor was whispered all over the city, and it was like this. It was in Lowgate Cemetery behind the prison, in the dead of night after the execution of the killer. The interred professor slid back the stone slab, covering his tomb, and emerged from his grave. A young man who witnessed this felt a scream welling up inside him, but an instant later he heard an ear-splitting gunshot from over his shoulder. The bullet struck the emerging corpse, and he fell motionless once more. The scream finally found its way from the mouth of the young witness, who turned and ran for his life. So who did the gunshot shoot? The corpse climbed out of his own grave. And then somebody shot him? Who was it? Nobody knows, not even today. But remember, it was just a rumor, perhaps nothing more than a ghost story. The good people of London, they love stories like this. That's why in every newspaper across the capital. That's why it was in every newspaper across the capital. But it was just a story. Was it just a story? I mean, this is exactly the scene that can be seen today in your museum, isn't it? Oui. The special exhibition was modeled on that very illustration. For a while afterwards, the contents of the article were reproduced in every newspaper imaginable. Madame Two Spells would be such a cool cosplay to do too. I want to see someone cosplay Madame Two Spells. Madame, might I say something? Please, go ahead, mademoiselle. When something is described as a rumor, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's entirely made up. I believe that often rumors contain elements of the truth. I see that people from the East can be just as astute as the people of Europe. Can we be sure, for instance, that the professor's execution was successful? Yeah. If she forged this autopsy report, who's to say she didn't forge another one? It's not possible for the dead to come back to life. Sorry. 10 years ago, I was there in Lowgate Cemetery. After the criminal known as the Professor was killed by hanging, I took a wax impression of his visage from the corpse just before it was interred. So I can assure you, the man was dead. I see. It certainly appear that the condemned man suffered the intended fate. Impression of the visage was taken directly from the corpse in accordance with the spell's family principles. Is that true of every waxwork in your museum, then? It is. Assuming the subject is dead, of course. Live subjects have to cooperate in a similar way. I have letters from imprisoned criminals all the time. You know. What sort of letters? When my time comes, please make a waxwork of me. Sa. My years of French are totally worth it. I can totally read what that said. No. My museum is famous, monsieur. To be made into a waxwork is an honor, and for some criminals, a symbol of status even. Because nothing says hardened criminal better than wax. And it's thanks to one killer in particular that my museum has gained such popularity in London. Yeah. It's vague, like vaguely popping into my brain, little bits and pieces. I've heard of the style of the special exhibit, of course, the Professor, whose form you claim to have captured by taking an impression from the actual corpse. There are no exceptions to the principles of two spells. I enlisted the aid of the gravedigger and created a mold, from ages before I knew. Surely that's illegal, isn't it? It would seem the proprietors of this repository of novelties was blinded by monetary greed. He had nothing to do with money. The man is part of London's criminal history. That is why I had to sculpt him, to record his history. It's the raison d'etre of the Two Spells Museum. But if the man convicted in a closed court and sent for immediate execution, then surely nobody remembers. Surely nobody but the members of the judicature present know the killer's true identity. I assure you, behind that mask is hidden the true face of the Professor. Do you realize what you're saying? The Professor's identity is a national secret. I understand. And now that the truth about the special exhibit has been revealed, it must perhaps close. Of course it will, as will your entire museum if you don't tread very carefully, madame. That could be another interesting chapter in the history of my family, I think, don't you? So, 10 years ago, on the night of the Professor's execution, you took a wax impression of his face from the corpse. Oui, exactement. I hit myself until it gave me the signal. I was there for a very long time that night. You were there longer than you expected to be. I had some difficulties capturing the subject's form correctly. As I removed the mask, the mouth of the cadaver fell open and I had some problems with the chin. Dare I ask? The man had been dead for a short while already, you see. His muscles were relaxing and consequently his chin would not align itself correctly. Oh dear. What a horrible thought. Under normal circumstances, I would have had an assistant with me. However, that night I was alone, and as a consequence, I missed my preferred window of time. What do you mean? When I take the impression of the visage of a cadaver, I always wait until 3 hours after death. Why 3 hours? Is that amount of time significant? It's because of rigor mortis. Wriggly... God damn it, Aru. Wriggly mortis? No, you fucking idiot. It's the name given to a phenomenon that occurs recently in deceased bodies. As a rule, 3 hours post-death, the muscles in the body begin to stiffen. By approximately 10 hours post-death, the entire body is completely rigid and inflexible. And then from that point on, the muscles slowly start to revert to their relaxed state. The effect is often used to estimate time of death when the body is discovered. Well, that was an education, if a slightly scary one. As the Mademoiselle says, rigor mortis commences 3 hours after death, and it starts in the jaw. I see. That's why you... wait. Before that time, the mouth falls open, and it's very difficult to do my work. It's getting hard for me to do my work, with all this talk of corpses. I wonder what that information... I wonder about that information the court just heard from Madame Tuspel's. By hanging confirmed at midnight. 17th of June. Did she give a time? I know she said she was there for long, but did she give like an exact time? I was there 3 hours till after death, so she would have started at... she would have done it at 3 a.m. But she missed her window. For a very long time now. Okay, she didn't give an exact time. They're longer than expected. Difficulty capturing the subject correctly. Wait a second. Wait. His muscles were relaxing, consequently his chin would not align itself correctly. Okay, 3 hours when they get stiff, but then 10 hours the body is completely rigid and inflexible. And then from that point on, the muscle slowly starts to... So if she's saying the jaw wouldn't align, that means she wouldn't have started until after 10 hours. Morning it would have been morning by that time. She couldn't have been there all night. The information about rigor mortis you just shared with us, would you mind including in your formal testimony? I believe it could be significant, you see. Of course. I don't mind at all. I can't help feeling that after that latest topic, the atmosphere in the courtroom has become extremely grave. This is no time for jokes, Miss Susato. Madame, kindly amend your testimony as discussed. Wahahaha, good one. A very long time because it was before the onset of... Oh, wait. Took me a very long time because it was before the onset of rigor mortis. Oh, so she started before the 3 hours? Wait, I forget what happens if you press the same thing again, if the updated one. That being the phenomenon you described where the corpse becomes stiff after death. I think you said that it starts at the jaw about 3 hours post-death, is that right? Oui. Cessa! Kissa! Oh god. Can you tell I stopped speaking French in school the moment I could? And I do not remember any of it. Of course, the exact duration depends a little on the season. Fair. As a wax artisan be so well versed in the subject. No, that's only elementary knowledge in the field of legal medicine. Well, I had no idea about it, but maybe I won't admit to my ignorance about forensic science. I could always ask my father to give you a very simple primer if you like. I think corpses should be your domain. I'm not good with them. Oh dear. I'll do my very best. As dawn approached, I was very worried that I would be discovered. It was before the onset of rigor mortis. Hey, wait a minute. Asmin. Oh, Asmin. Did he draw this photo? Did he write the article? Was he the one that fired the gun? So he was there that night.
Hold it!
You say that dawn was approaching? What's the time of day then, approximately? Well, I could not say. When I left the cemetery with my utensils and wax, the morning light was becoming visible. The execution took place on 17th of June, which had the earliest sunrise that year. Indeed it did. First light would have been around 4:40 in the morning. That really is early. Fact is, I had very little time, so I finished my work in a half hour. It was necessary to complete the impression and bury the body before day. In half hour, she finished her work in half hour. Somebody discovered me there. It wouldn't have been a catastrophe, so I had to hurry. Yes, Mr. Sholmes seemed to be taking shape more quickly now too. You certainly appear to go to the extraordinary lengths for your work, madam. I wonder, what you just said particularly significant? Yes. And those details about how long it took you to complete the sculpture and the early sunrise, could you include them in your testimony? They made me significant. Yeah, because she said she started before. She said she started before rigor mortis came into play, which would have been before 3 hours have passed from 12. So the latest she could have started would be before 3, But then she said it took her, what, 45 minutes to work? Which at the very latest, I guess, could be like 3:45, but rigor mortis would have already started. But she said she saw first light, but there would have been like an hour difference before first light even came up. You're quite right, Mr. Naruhodo. It is intriguing. A sunrise at 4 in the morning would be absolutely unimaginable at home, wouldn't it? That's not quite what I meant by significant. Kindly amend your formal testimony then, madame. With pleasure, my lord. We defend our work in the half hour before sunrise.
Hold it!
Did you have reason to believe you might be discovered once the sun came up or something? I had paid the gravedigger money to keep my little secret, of course. But with the morning light, I knew that the warden from the prison would commence his patrol of the area. Couldn't you just pay the warden off too, then? I had already paid the gravedigger, as I said. You cannot buy the silence of everyone, or the secret is no longer a secret. The sunrise was at 4:40 a.m. that day, which means it would have been around 4 when you began your sculpting work, which is after rigor mortis. That must be correct. That's when the gravedigger gave me the signal to come out of hiding. That's all I have to go on. What are you feeling, Mr. Naruhodo? For some reason, Dr. Scythe went along with Trebler's plan. Now, if that's really true, the professor is the only other thing we know of that links the pair of them. So I feel sure that waxwork must be a clue on this mystery somehow. In that case, you must use the cross-examination to uncover what exactly it means. Okay, yeah. Uncovering what the professor has to do with all this just means more to Lord Van Zieks than anyone. That's the impression I'm getting anyway. Yes, as do I. After all, he has a profound connection to the professor as well. Okay, so if she saw first sunlight, that means she would have started working just after 4 o'clock. But rigor mortis starts 3 hours, which means his jaw would have been stiff already, so it wouldn't have been falling out of place. Because he died at 12. So 3 a.m. is when. Took me a very long time because it was before the onset of rigor mortis. Oh, but I don't know which one I do. I don't know. I assume I have to show the post-mortem report because it gives the time, but I don't know which one I would. A very long time because it was before the onset of rigor mortis. I think it would be this one because it would have been
Objection!
Yeah, okay. Madame Tuspels, I have here on the autopsy report that was filed 10 years ago now, confirms the death of the professor following his execution at the gallows. And is that a problem? I believe it is, because your testimony, and particularly the detail in the report, completely contradict one another. Qua? Are you going to explain yourself, my Nipponese friend? According to her testimony, Madame Tuspels was creating her waxwork impression just before dawn, and at the time rigor mortis had not yet set in. Am I correct so far, Madame? You are, yes. As I said, the stiffening of the jaw is the first sign of rigor mortis, 2 to 3 hours after death. But the man's chin was limp, so he couldn't have been dead for very long. But on the other hand, if you look at Dr. Scythe's report, it's quite clearly states the following. Death by hanging confirmed at midnight, 17th of June. No. If the professor indeed died at midnight that day, then by the time you were sculpting his face, rigor mortis would have already had been set in. Yes, you're right. The chin would have been completely stiff. Which means she falsified the report. So, if she has a history of falsifying reports, she could have done so again.
Objection!
No coroner makes mistakes when recording the time of death. The very idea is absurd. In that case, there's only one possible conclusion. The execution didn't actually take place at the stated time. Impossible. Do. Order, counsel, this is beyond folly. Not only do you indict the author of the report, Dr. Scythe, but you also implicate members of the staff at Barclay Prison where the execution took place. Actually, hold on, let's not rule out mistakes. What are you talking about? By heck, extraordinary. Not in my day. My learned friend appears to have overlooked one very crucial fact. What fact? The professor died that night, without question. He did, of course he did. I moved the man's limp jaw with my own hands. There was no... Dun. Yes, the professor died that night, but what if he didn't die at the gallows? He died from the gunshot. He wasn't actually dead when he was buried. Didn't die... Are you insane? What exactly are you suggesting did happen in that case? So he wasn't actually dead when they buried him. And then when he got up, the gunshot is what killed him. It's almost impossible to believe, but it would explain the link between Dr. Scythe, the professor, and that one other person of interest. I have evidence that will explain. Did Dr. Scythe shoot him? I have evidence that will explain exactly what suggested happened that night. Counsel, present the evidence at once. Evidence that allegedly explained what really happened on the night of the professor's execution.
Take that!
This, I think, what happened that night is written very plainly in this newspaper article. How come this is like the only case where when you're getting stuff right, the music doesn't stop? It's really throwing me off. Executed criminal returns in dead of night at local cemetery. You're suggesting there's a corpse coming back from the dead now? Well, if this article is to be believed, yes. Professor, assumed dead following his execution, emerged from his grave and was killed again.
Objection!
Don't be a fool. That's simply a rumor published by the gutter press. Can you be certain of that? Are you serious? The point is that the article says there was witness to what happened. My word, yes, indeed. My sweet, the young man who stole into the cemetery by chance that night.
Objection!
Of course there was a witness. The story didn't write itself, but obviously the man made it all up. And in any case, this was 10 years ago now. Be sure there's no hope of finding him. Actually, he signed the article, if no one else looked at that.
Objection!
You said, on God. On the contrary, my lord, we all know this witness well. What? Are you suggesting, counsel, that you've identified the person in question? That you know who claims to have seen the utterly incredible events take place? Oh, well, yes. I'm really hoping that, like, they have the spade, shovel war in the middle of this courtroom, because he is holding one. Yes, my lord. In fact, you could say that he's right here before my very eyes. You'll substantiate your latest claim now. Okay, sorry, give me 1 second. I know we're in a moment, but I hear a cat meowing. Give me 1 second. I like how wiggly he gets when I walk away and then start walking back to my computer. Because my webcam is like, I do not know what the fuck to do. So he starts jiggling. You'll substantiate your claim. Now then, counsel. The kitty has been got. Who is the alleged witness of the staggering scene from the cemetery 10 years ago?
Take that!
The man in question is Mr. Enoch Drebler. Drebler. The previous witness? Taylor Jiggle. A special exhibit in the House of Horrors at Madame Tuspel's Museum of Waxwork recreates that decade-old scene in great detail. And he's holding, side eyes, looks at Susato, a shovel. No, wait, she says it's a shovel, he says it's a spade. He's holding a spade. Glares at her. Susato's like, we're not having this conversation right now. The condemned criminal emerging from the grave and beside the tomb. A young man with a lantern stumbling upon the terrifying sight. And that young man is a 10-year younger Mr. Enoch Drebler. Order, order, order. Surely not, counsel. Drebler was there in Locate Cemetery. What is this? What is all this talk about Mr. Drebler? Is the name significant? Of course, Madame Tuspel doesn't know, does she? Yes, it's extremely significant, madam. To your situation as well, in fact. What situation? The theft of Professor Waxwork from museum some days ago was perpetrated by the very same man. No. What that would mean? Now to spells. It would appear you know the name Enoch Drebler. Oui, yes, I know it. But from long ago in the past. What? Oh my. Good gracious. Explain yourself. Tell us everything you know. Yes, of course. The story of the young man and that terrible sight he witnessed in the cemetery 10 years ago was published in every single newspaper in London throughout Great Britain. However, in all of the articles, the witness was simply described as a certain young man. No details were published about this identity. His name was never revealed. That is, apart from in one newspaper. The Daily Circus. It's the paper from which comes the article I've already shown the court. Oh. Thank you for following, Antonio Gomez 1245. You're saying that his full name was only publicized in that article? Oh, goodness me. Yes, here it is. University student who experienced the shocking event is Mr. Enoch Drebler, a disciple of science at the University of London and resident of its student dorms. The Daily Circus is also the name of my memoirs. Honestly, that'd be a great name. Unbelievable! When I read the article, I went to meet with the man. His discovery of the condemned criminal... Oh, this is Mr. Spells. His discovery of the condemned criminal coming back to life in the cemetery in the dead of night would make a perfect exhibit for my House of Horrors, whether it was the truth or not. I see. So you went to meet Mr. Drebler in order to sculpt the waxwork of the man, did you? Exactament. He was studying science at the University of London in those days. He was just a poor student. I paid him £5 to model for the waxwork, and since that time, it has been in my museum to recreate the scene of terror from the cemetery. So, 10 years ago, a young man appealed to the public about an extraordinary event he witnessed. A criminal who had been put to death, re-emerging from his grave in the middle of the night. But the public treated his claim as nothing more than an amusing anecdote that was soon forgotten. 10 years later, the same man steals a waxwork model of the executed criminal, ostensibly to use the body double for the victim in the case we're discussing here today. Even though the waxwork's build is a poor match for the victim, and its face is obscured by a mask. So the question is, why would the man do such a thing? Which brings us to 3 days ago, when the birdcage crashed into the Crystal Tower. The birdcage had in fact contained not the body of Mr. Asman, but that of the same waxwork. The coroner from Scotland Yard who investigated Dr. Scythe would have been noticed immediately. And yet she submitted this autopsy report for the victim, which the court has seen earlier. Why? Because the waxwork was that of the professor. Is that what you're saying? Dr. Scythe put a name to a document confirming the death of the condemned criminal who was still alive. A criminal whose apparent resurrection was witnessed by Mr. Dribbler. But that misconduct was a deadly secret the coroner would do anything to protect, which is precisely why Mr. Dribbler used that particular waxwork as the body double. Oh. My lord, this court must summon Dr. Scythe to the stand. The defense is determined to find out exactly how the coroner and Mr. Dribbler are connected. But according to the missive I received this morning, through the prosecutor's office, Dr. Scythe is unable to participate in these proceedings. Is that not suspicious to anyone? What are you trying to hide, British government? She told us so herself, didn't she? Well, then Zeeks won't be summoning me as a witness. Lord Strongheart has forbidden it. Lord Strongheart? Pandora's box you were warned about is the professor's case. But please don't make the mistake of thinking you'll get any information out of me. Sussy. Something happened on the night of the killer's execution 10 years ago. And surely nobody thought to get to the bottom of that more than Lord Van Zeeks. He's gonna be like, put that bitch on the stand. Prosecution calls for the instructions and that missive to be scrapped. There he is. Thank you, Dracula. But for Lord Van Zeeks, the missive was issued from the Lord Chief Justice's office.
Objection!
The assigned prosecutor has the final say on the policy in any particular trial. In other words, me. Yes. Let Enoch Dribbler and Dr. Scythe both take the stand together. Thank you, Dracula. Order, order, order. Very well, I'll uphold your request. Bailiff, send a subpoena with immediate effect addressed to Dr. Scythe of the Forensic Team. The woman is compelled to attend on Her Majesty's orders. Right then, Enoch Dribbler and Dr. Scythe. Ryu, yes, Van Zeeks. Yes, King. Yes, my learned friend. If they weren't colluding with one another, this crime could never have been committed. I'm just a stone's throw away. I can feel it. The truth behind all of this is about to come out. Is it now? Thank you for your attendance on such short notice, Dr. Scythe. I'm disappointed in you, Lord Van Zeeks. You've completely betrayed the agreed policy of both Scotland Yard and the prosecutor's office. Does it look like I fucking care? Betrayal is not in my nature, as long as the truth isn't compromised. If it is, if there's even a hint of wrongdoing, then no matter whom it concerns or disgruntles, I will pursue the matter to the bitter end, as would any prosecutor worth his salt. Mr. Dribbler, You took the victim's life by means of a machine that you constructed in your workshop. And Dr. Scythe, as in the investigating coroner, you were the first on the scene to examine the victim's body. It is the belief of the defense that you collaborated with each other and were both complicit in this crime? And where's the evidence? At present, we have no definitive evidence, but we do have a very significant clue. What are you talking about? I'm talking about, of course, about the waxwork. The model the killer known as the Professor, who was sentenced to death 10 years ago. No need to tell me. I witnessed the man's execution with my own eyes, and officially pronounced him dead. That remains to be seen. Is that so? According to the newspaper reports of the time, on the night according to the newspaper reports from the time, on the night following his execution, the killer came back to life. Don't waste my time. And the sole witness to that mysterious event was you, Mr. Drebler, wasn't it? I will take your silence as a yes. If what you saw in the graveyard that night 10 years ago wasn't some chilling fiction, but reality, it would make you privy to a very great secret of Dr. Scythe. A secret so profound it could compel the coroner to agree to collaborate in your evil schemes, in fact. Mr. Drebler, tell the court. Tell everyone the truth of what you saw that night in Lowgate Cemetery. So he was the student who saw it. See the resemblance, actually, can you? With the Madame Tussauds, I mean? Surely he's not going to claim that's really what he saw, especially not after all these years. He was a research student at the University of London, wasn't he? But a bit too clever for his own good, if you ask me. What an interesting twist. One at the time, not one person would take me seriously. Yet now here we are 10 years later, and suddenly my story matters, and in a court of law too. Very well then, if everyone so wishes. Let's be frank, I'll tell you the truth of what happened that night, for what it's worth. Why are you looking at him like that, Oh, Mr. Drebler, your testimony please, about the events of that night, 10 years ago. You'll tell the court exactly what you stumbled across in Lowgate Cemetery. Yes, of course, as you wish. In the cemetery 10 years earlier. The reason I was in Lowgate Cemetery 10 years ago was for a spot of moonlighting, shall we say. Yes, the illustration in that newspaper article was based on what I witnessed that night. But thinking back now, I realized that I never actually saw the professor. Oh, I'm sure you didn't. Soon afterwards, I was visited by a young woman who sculpted the model of me from wax. I gave up on my dream of becoming a scientist. It was all because of that newspaper article. Wait a minute. You're claiming you didn't actually see the professor now? Of course. You have to be a screwloose if you believe a corpse will come back from the dead. So you're saying this article is not worth the paper it's printed on? I think that would describe it perfectly. Ugh. The details in the article aren't true. It nullifies your argument on why Mr. Drebler and Dr. Scythe would have been working together. So he's discrediting himself to cripple my argument. Tell me, witness. Image of that cat saying liar. Liar! You claim to have been in the cemetery on some auxiliary business. Can you elaborate? That's right. Grave robbing, to be precise. As you know, Lowgate Cemetery is the rear of Barclay Prison. So among the students of the university, it had a reputation of being haunted by ghosts of condemned convicts. Grave robbing, you say? Yeah, yes. Exhuming fresh corpses to sell is reasonably lucrative. And of course, I never laid a finger on any valuables buried with the dead. So you were one of the so-called resurrectionists, a particularly unpleasant scourge on society. Actually, my fellows and I went by another name. Three purposes. Yeah, that's quite beyond the pale. You would invite divine retribution, sir. Yes, well, I think I suffered retribution enough. The Daily Circus eventually unearthed my name and put it in print. Caused me a great many headaches in the end, so I had to leave the university. That was the only paper with the bad. It was the only paper with the bad grace to identify me unambiguously, I might add. I see. Out of interest, who drew the illustration on this article? Oh yes, that was the reporter who exposed me. He sketched that right in front of me as I described the scene. And the reporter was Mr. Osman. And I guess Mr. Drebber killing him, his motive would be revenge for printing his name? For him grave robbing, I assume? Honestly, the time ticked on, I bitterly regretted what I had done, claiming to have seen something I never truly saw. Foolish. Very foolish. Well, counsel for the defense, you may proceed to the cross-examination now. At once, my lord. Hello, kitty. What's wrong? What's wrong? Lowgate Cemetery 10 years ago was for...
Hold it!
Yeah, grave robbing. What's wrong? Yeah, what's wrong? By moonlighting you mean grave robbing, do you? Surely you only look at the graveyard scene and my appearance to gauge the answer to that? Lantern and the spade. It's a shovel! No. Oh god. He's on her side. He's on Susato's side. But who on earth would want to buy a dead body? Any major hospital? A hospital? In order to better understand the human body, the study of the anatomy is crucial to medical science. But there isn't a hospital in the world that has enough specimens to work with. Can I help you? What are you doing? Now, obviously, they can't openly express an interest in obtaining one dubious means. As aspiring scientists, we young research students had no money to work with, as I'm sure you can imagine. So we made surreptitious arrangements with hospitals via some of our medical student acquaintances. We never take anything of value from the graves. It's all for the furtherance of science, you see. That's what we tell ourselves every time we stroll into the graveyard at night, spade in hand. Oh god, they're all saying it's a spade. Ryu, I'm sorry. I think it's a spade. You realize body snatching is a serious crime. If you were caught, you could expect the gravest of consequences. We students were caught between a hammer and an anvil. We needed funds for research. Doesn't he think it's a spade? Does he? Honestly, I don't remember now. I can't remember if he thinks it's a spade or if she thinks it's a spade. I thought he thought it was a shovel. Well, I guess we'll find out next chapter. Mr. Haybrain said exactly the same. I'm quite speechless at the apparent levity in which you've revealed this abhorrent behavior. Well, if you wanted to know why I was there at Lowgate Cemetery, that's the reason. I don't want to believe anymore. But I never expected it to end the way it did. That I regret to this day. Strange happening at Lowgate Cemetery, which you now deny. Not entirely. I ran to fetch the police at the time, you know. I was shaking like a leaf. But they didn't believe a word of it. In fact, I nearly arrested myself. So you went to the papers instead. I started big with the London news, but unsurprisingly they didn't want to know either. In the end, though, it was reporters from the gossip rags, gutter press, that came to get my story, and spread it like the plague through the capital as gossip-hungry Londoners lapped up the tale. The story was in every single paper at the time, with the exception of some broadsheets. And yet, only 2 or 3 of them actually interviewed me personally. Most of the accounts turned out to be very interpretive ghost stories. What about the article in the Daily Circus? That particular journalist found me at my dormitory. I don't know how, but he discovered my name. So I recounted him exactly what happened that night. And from your description, he drew this illustration? Precisely. That's how I learned that the condemned man was the infamous professor. Because the reporter told me so. I had no idea myself, you see. Newspaper reporters are wont to snoop around in matters that don't concern them. So the scene portrayed in the illustration is inaccurate then. Well, I realized I never actually saw the professor at all. What are you talking about? I think I explained it already, didn't I? Lowgate Cemetery is at the rear of Barclay Prison. So, it was renowned among our students as a university for being haunted by the ghosts of condemned convicts. For some absurd reason, I was scared of the graveyard at night, and as a result, only too willing to believe the nonsense about the dead coming back to life. But you said you actually saw it. I said what I'd seen in my mind's eye. After all, resurrection is impossible, isn't it? You have to be unhinged to think otherwise. Unless, of course, you have some evidence that proves I encountered the professor that night. I don't, do I? Oh, the camera. And then it had the blood on it. The blood I'm still kind of... I don't know too much about, but... the lens that he used to take the picture is gone, which means he's hiding something. The glass plate. Okay, yeah. I do have evidence. We found this on your wax figure. Material evidence that could show that he really did see the professor. If we have anything at all, Mr. Naruto, I know, I need to present it against irritatingly backtracking statement of his. The point is, that night was a pivotal moment in my life. I'm gonna listen to everything else he has to say first.
Hold it!
That young woman being Madame Two Spells, of course. Precisely. I must say, I didn't expect to run into her again like this 10 years later. As I have explained, I went by the name published in the article, and from so I found the man. Yes, the article in the Daily Circus, I think you said. I was a poor student with barely a penny to my name at the time. And the young lady put £5 in front of me. So you readily consented to having waxwork of yourself made and given permission for it to be put on display. I did. I should sell what little I had to sell, I concluded. Oui, I remember now. I purchased something else for me that day. Ne sais pas? Did you? I can't say I remember. What was it, madame? His camera. Ah. Ah, yes, I made a point of taking you with me whenever I made an excursion in the cemetery. You took a camera with you, sir. To what end? To record the details of the bodies I disinterred. I had no intention of ever visiting a graveyard again after that night, so I sold it. I see. But I still have it, monsieur. It's part of the special exhibit in my House of Horrors. I am very meticulous about such details. It is the Tisbel's way. It would seem, then, that this is the very camera Mr. Drebler took with him to Logate Cemetery on the night in question? Yes, interesting. Ah, okay. Good thing I listened more. Are you not well, you're an engineer, I guess. This article, you mean, published in the Daily Circus? Yes, somebody informed the dean that it was my name that appeared in the article, and carelessly let slip night after night that I was digging up graves. Hardly a model student, you might say. The university's reputation was execrably defiled. Execrably defiled, and was expelled as a result. Mon Dieu, I had no idea. And having been thrown out of the university, you found your unemployment in a somewhat specialist trade. Combine your knowledge of science with knowledge of stage magic to create various experimental machines intended to demonstrate never-before-seen technology. And you use those deceptive machines to trick the government and private investors into giving you money. Professor Albert Harebrain was just your latest victim, wasn't he? Whatever are you talking about? I have no recollection of doing anything of the sort. You got something to say, ma'am? What's Drebler up to? Why did he suddenly change his tune and recant his claim? I wonder if perhaps it's because his circumstances have changed now. What circumstances? Well, if he admits to having seen the professor emerging from his grave 10 years ago, it will expose a secret in Dr. Scythe's past that she desperately want to hide. Yes, of course. Dr. Drebler and Dr. Scythe are working together now, and if Drebler were to betray her, there would be no reason for her to continue to cooperate. In that case, there's only one way around it. I have to prove he really did see it. Prove that he really did see the professor's corpse coming back from the dead, as he originally claimed. Yes, Mr. Naruto, exactly. I gotta show you the camera.
Hold it!
Oh fuck, no, fuck, I didn't want to do this. Ah, wrong button. Talk fast, talk fast. Beep, 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 beep. Go, 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 go. But you did!
Objection!
Oh, fuck. Maybe not. Object to that last statement, my lord. And I would have overruled your objection, Cap. Oh. Whoops. I never actually did see the professor. No, but I checked that already. This is where the photograph plan goes. That's right, it's incredible to think this is the actual camera. So I've never lighted a piece of evidence with the videos, but You're keen on theme true life, isn't she? Does Madame Two Spells have the plate? Options like this, yes, anything. Look at the blood already. Oh god, what am I missing? I was so sure about that. Somewhere else? Did I miss something? And I gave up my dream to become a scientist himself because of that newspaper article. Based on what I witnessed that night. Thinking back, I was never actually saw the professor at all.
Hold it!
Somebody informed the dean. Like, do I no, that doesn't make sense. I don't show the article to be like, it was Mr. Osmond who wrote the article. That gives us a motive. What he changes and count his claim. And that perhaps it's because the circumstances have changed now. I'm missing something, I don't know. Illustration of that newspaper was based on what I witnessed that night.
Hold it!
I feel dumb, I'm missing something. I don't think I'm actually interviewing them personally. That particular journalist found me at my dormitory. Let's get my name. The scene portrayed in the illustration is accurate then. What am I missing?
Hold it!
Oh fuck, I keep pressing the button. Oh my god. No, I didn't mean to press that. I feel like it's the camera. Is it just I'm not using the right? on the right, User account written the tale eyewitness of the alleged resurrection. Do I show him the article here? Because he's saying I didn't actually see the professor, but then the drawing was based on that? So it's a contradiction? But he said no. Fuck it.
Objection.
Oh my god, really? Okay, I guess. Sorry, Mr. Drevler, but I don't believe that. Don't believe what? I guess because they're like contradicting each other. But like, I don't know. I felt like more proof would be like he had a camera, so he took a. I don't know. You did see the professor. I guess because I don't have the lens in the camera, I can't really use that. Or the glass plate. Oh dear, we seem to be at odds, but I was there and you were not. I know what I didn't see. The illustration with this article was drawn based upon what you told the journalist that you witnessed. A figure emerging from the tomb, wearing an iron mask. Yes, when the killer was tried 10 years ago, it was decided in the closed court's ruling that the man would wear the mask to hide his identity. It wasn't to be removed even during his execution and subsequent burial. Not even the prison wardens were to see the man's face. But obviously, the provision of this mask was not public knowledge. So, Mr. Trebler, as you just heard, a lowly student of the University of London certainly wouldn't have known about the condemned man's mask. Oh, okay, yeah. So unless you actually seen the professor that night, it's inconceivable that the artist would have included the mask in the illustration. Sure, okay, I'll accept it. When you put it like that. Well, Mr. Drebber. Yeah. A vile scene, isn't it, if you look closely? And, as I've already been at pains to point out, I was utterly petrified, which is why I had it in my head that I'd seen such a blood-curdling sight. But afterwards, I came to my senses, and realized that I'd been mistaken. You're still saying you didn't see it? If you're stubbornly sticking to that story, witness, then amend your testimony to explain exactly how you think your eyes deceived you. Of course. Only too happy to oblige. I can't believe he's still not going to concede at this point. Oh, is it like now I show him the camera? What in fact I witnessed was a fellow grave robber at work. What?
Hold it!
Fellow grave robber? What are you talking about? Well, I wasn't the only one busy in the cemetery that night, you know. Other body snatchers were there at work. Of course, when I saw one emerging from the hole he dug, my heart very nearly stopped. That's the terrifying sight I actually saw, you see. You're claiming it was just another student on equally insalubrious business as yourself? Only the medical students would wear metal masks to protect them from bacteria during dissections. And clearly the fellow was using such a mask to protect his anonymity, you say? But there's more to the story, isn't there? The article goes on to say, in the next second, a gunshot rang out suddenly from behind. The bullet pierced the resurrected man's chest, whose breath then stilled once more. You might assume that the sexton discovered the miscreants at work, perhaps, and fired upon one of them. If the gravedigger had shot someone in the cemetery, I think it might have been rather big news, my lord. Ah, yes, well. I can only assume it was an embellishment bolted on later by the reporter. Do you have anything to say about that, Miss Two-Spell? Excuse me. Madame Two-Spell. Don't take it out on Mr. Sholmes. Oh, Lala. Pardon. I was lost in my thoughts. Would it be fair to say that Mr. Drebler's last remark was significant to you in some way? I thought it was a little strange, that is all. How Monsieur Drebler could claim this now. If you don't mind me saying, madame, what are you talking about? Well, when I met you 10 years ago at University Dormitory, you recounted to me about your adventures in the cemetery, no? Including the gunshot. Stop. You might want to watch your tongue, you know. Oh, did she strike a nerve? Have a care, Drebler. That's no way to speak to a lady. Please, Madame Two-Spells, carry on. Of course. According to what Monsieur Drebler told me at the time, he did hear a gunshot from behind him, and the bullet hit the condemned man. I said nothing of the sort. Did you speak to her like that? Yeah. How dare you? Van Zeke surprisingly drinks his respectable juice. No, you were very explicit about the details. About the mask the figure was wearing. And the blood that splattered over you when he was shot. Enough! Shut up, woman. I'm making this all up. Zeke said I'm racist, not a misogynist. Oh my god. That will do. I mean, accurate. Mr. Drebler. Yes. You refute the account just given by Madame Two-Spells. I have no recollection of ever saying those things. Come on, do you really expect us to believe you? Control yourself, counsel. I will not permit baseless accusations in my courtroom. Right. Under the circumstances, I think it's best that you supplement your testimony with that statement to clarify. Okay, now I give the camera with the blood on it. Very well. No gunshot from behind me at all. There's no splattering of blood. Oh, really? Oh, really? Oh, really? Yeah, Madame Two-Spells has testified that you told her about both those details. Not true. I said nothing of the sort. 10 years have passed, and without material evidence to the contrary, you have no grounds on which to question the witness's word. But I do have. You don't have any evidence. I do have evidence. Dracula. Tell me, Madame Two-Spells. Oui. What exactly did Mr. Drebler say about the blood that apparently splattered on him? Alors, this is what he told me. All of a sudden, he heard a very loud gunshot from behind his back. The bullet hit the figure, who were emerging from the tomb in the middle of the chest. In his heart. One dreadful sight after another. And since Monsieur Drebler was at the time facing towards the condemned man, the blood sprayed from the wound and splattered onto his body. That's what he told me. Spill the tea, sis! No, not an experience you would ever forget, is it? Precisely. And I didn't forget it, because, as I've already said, it never happened in the first place. He's clearly lying. If only I had some evidence. We do fucking gets the camera, chucks that at his face. A test of your reflexes, bitch catch. What is this? We can't let him win, Mr. Naruto. So we mustn't overlook a single detail, no matter how small. Then what is this?
Objection!
Mr. Trebler, do you remember this camera? But that's the camera from the fateful night. Yes, we borrowed it from the House of Horrors. The camera you took with you to the cemetery that night, Mr. Trebler? And is that supposed to be significant? This kind of camera is rarely seen in our homeland, so my colleague and I were keen to examine it closely. We noticed that the lens extends forward on the end of some bellows. Like this?
Hold it!
What's that? They're just on the bellows. Oh, I thought this bitch was about to interrupt me and be like, you can't use this evidence. I was about to fucking slap him. What's that? Just there on the bellows? Looks like a dark red stain. Ah. That's right. It's a rather conspicuous mark here on the bellows, in fact. Good lord, are you suggesting? Yes, my lord, it would appear to be a splatter of blood. He's just really into it now. Something that could be confirmed with a simple chemical test, isn't that right, Dr. Scythe? It would be difficult to determine if it was human blood and not the blood of some animal. But yes, to test whether or not it's blood at all is simple enough. I loved it when Edgeworth got like this, where he was just like, damn, I'm interested. I propose that Madame Tuspel's testimony was correct, and that on the night in question 10 years ago, you were splattered with blood from the gunshot wound. Well, aye. And that furthermore, you really did witness the condemned professor emerging from his tomb. Gah! There's simply no way you couldn't have forgotten such a traumatic experience. In other words, the only explanation is that you were trying to hide the fact you saw the professor that night.
Objection!
No, I'm winning! Okay, again, you're not interrupting me, you're just asking why. Stop interrupting me, fuck, Dracula, I'm on a roll. But why? Why would he want to do that? Well, not for his own gain, it would seem. For whose, then? Who could benefit? Mr. Trebler's obviously lying in order to protect somebody. My goodness. He's shielding someone. He's setting up. Yes, my lord, and clearly. It's someone who doesn't want the truth about the professor coming back to life to be exposed. Well, the council? Who is it then? Who is this witness trying to protect by lying about what he saw that night?
Take that!
Bang! The obvious answer is Dr. Scythe. Scythe? Whatever do you mean? Imagine if the convict who had been sentenced to death was not in fact killed. Imagine if that was to come to light. What are you insinuating? And imagine if the convict in question was the country's most hated mass murderer. If it was the professor. That would be an unprecedented scandal.
Objection!
This is beyond a joke. They point out that the dead cannot come back to life. What you're suggesting would mean that the execution never actually happened. Yes, that's exactly what that would mean.
Objection!
Stop interrupting me! Once a man is sent to the gallows, he hangs. No one could escape, not in Great Britain.
Objection!
But in fact, there was a witness to the fact that the man did escape his hanging. If that were really true, counsel, the implication of the misconduct would not stop at the supervising coroner. It would taint the honor of the entire judiciary from the ground up. Oh, would it now? It's not like you guys are up to some shady shit. And it's exactly because of those monumental repercussions that Dr. Scythe would consent to any demand made for her by someone who threatened to expose the secret. Even if it meant becoming complicit in a crime. You mean? I mean that Dr. Scythe wasn't collaborating in Mr. Trebler's wicked scheme. She was coerced into collaborating in order to protect her decade-old secret. She switched the dead body of Mr. Asmund with the waxwork model and fabricated the autopsy report. Ugh. Get your leg off the table. He's getting serious now. What Zeeks? Pray forgive my freshly filled hallowed chalice and whole raft of other discourtesies now. Goodness me. It's just the sort of tall tale Londoners would enjoy, I grant you. Executed killer rising from the dead, a Scotland Yard cover-up, conspiracy at the highest levels. Let me ask you one thing. What's that? If the condemned man really did emerge from his tomb that night, only to be shot in the chest, who pulled the trigger and disposed of him forever? Well, I have no idea at the moment. We have little to information to work out at the present, I think. I couldn't agree more. The Old Bailey is no place for wild fantasies. Ugh. And have you considered this, my learned Nipponese friend? Considered what? Do you realize what a dangerous endeavor it would be to coerce this woman to such criminal activity? It's tantamount to declaring war on the entire British police force and judiciary. Quite hard to imagine any sum of money being offered for research could warrant it. To rely on some stage deception when so much is at stake would be madness. Well, I suppose. And there was no petty crime either. The victim was murdered. A man who'd already invested money in the venture and would be instrumental in future profits too. Yes, I had no reason to kill Mr. Asmund at all. But you did! You did! He wrote the article. He got you kicked out of school. Or are you forgetting that his death results in me not receiving a single penny? The court's already aware of that contract between myself and the victim, no? There is a contract, that's very true. The motive for this case runs deep. I can feel it. Using threats to force the head of the forensic investigation team to cooperate is extreme. Especially for a government grant he had no guarantee in receiving in the first place. If the research grant was the aim to taking Mr. Asmund's life, it would have made no sense anyway. Which means Mr. Drebler's motive wasn't money at all. He was trying to kill Mr. Asmund. But why? What was his motive then? Your time is up, my learned friend. I'd say you have one last chance before the jury loses their patience with this charade. Let's see if you can back up your heady proposal, shall we? The dodge. The Kazuma dodge. Just whoop. How do you explain why this engineer would throw all caution to the wind and threaten his old country? At this point, I'm not prepared to listen to any more of this outlandish conjecture without proof. So, counsel, present your evidence. He's got the moves. I'll present some evidence, speech. Alright, who exactly was Mr. Asmund to Drebler? There's a connection there that no one else has seen yet. Oh, I seen this a while ago. We have to present 2 pieces of evidence to show what this is. He knew it was coming out. He's seen the tapes. These courtrooms. Yes, my lord. Evidence establishes his motive and explains why the witness wanted the victim dead is right here. I'm so sure. I'm not even gonna save.
Take that!
It's a newspaper article, my lord. It was written 10 years ago, and every detail's been examined already. Really, every detail. Maybe it's just me, but I feel like if I was gonna examine an article in a murder case, I would check who wrote the article. Are you sure you checked every possible detail? Because I don't think you did. That drivel should never have been written. Gutter press. Nonsense. That means nothing. Yes, on its own, it isn't particularly significant. However, when considered alongside another piece of evidence, will completely explain your motive for wanting Mr. Asman dead. What other evidence? Counsel, you present your supplementary evidence without delay. Evidence, which when cross-referenced with the newspaper article, establishes a motive for the deed. Oh, this one.
Take that!
In this contract, my lord, Mr. Drebler, this is the contract you signed with Mr. Asman. Yes, that's right. The very document, in fact. And that proves I had no reason to kill the man. No, I'm afraid not. What? There's something very significant about this newspaper article and contract have in common. Really? Okay. Me, like, waddles over to Van Zeek's like, who in the prosecution examines all this evidence? Because I'm gonna need to talk to y'all. Because whoever it is needs to get fired. Because y'all didn't even look at the author of the article. Like, I don't know, but I feel like that's the first place you'd probably look. Like, is it you, Van Zeeks? I just want to talk. My learned friend, did you examine this evidence? Because, my learned friend, you clearly missed something very important. My learned friend. And it's that common link that shows very clearly why you were determined to kill Mr. Audi Asman. Seems the defense has uncovered something the rest of us had missed. Yeah. Something right out in the open. So, damn, he's throwing it back at me. He's throwing it back at me. So, my learned friend, point out what these two pieces of evidence have in common. Please, friend, don't make the makers of the game make the clues harder. My poor brain. What exactly is the link between the newspaper article and the contract? Ba-ba-ba-ba-bum.
Take that!
What these two pieces of evidence have in common is a signature. A signature? The signature on the illustration that accompanies the 10-year-old article and the signature on the contract belong to the same person. What? As the court has heard, the illustration was drawn 10 years ago by the newspaper reporter who found Mr. Drebber and interviewed him about his ordeal. If you look closely, the report signature can be seen at the bottom, right corner of the drawing. And who is it? My learned friend. Why don't you say his name for the entire courtroom to hear, because you clearly missed it. And if you look at the contract here, which was signed between the witness and the victim last year, you can clearly see Mr. Aslam's signature in the bottom. Let me see now. Good lord, yes, they're identical. In short, the journalist who drew the illustration and wrote the article published about Mr. Drebler 10 years ago was the victim of this case, Mr. Audi Asman. Ugh. Get fucked, steampunkistinian.
Objection!
But explain to the court why. Because this report got him kicked out of school. Like, my learned friend, are you even following along? I'm really disappointed in you, my learned friend. Why would that constitute a motive for the witness to murder Asman? Well, if you think back, remember that Mr. Drebber talked about the article in his testimony. Grave robbing, you say? Yes, exhuming fresh corpses to sell is reasonably lucrative. That's quite beyond the pale. Would invite divine retribution, sir. Yes, well, I think I suffered retribution enough. Daily Circus eventually unearthed my name and put it in print, causing a great many headaches. In the end, I had to leave the university. That was the only paper with the bad grace to identify me unambiguously, might add. I gave up on my dream of becoming a scientist, and it was all because of that newspaper article. Me stirring the tea bag in my tea right now, like, someone hasn't been following along. At the time, you were a student at the University of London, who dreamed of becoming a scientist. However, this single newspaper article changed your entire life. So, Mr. Asman used to be a newspaper journalist, did he? He did, my lord. In fact, it was a widely held belief that Asman managed to position himself at the heart of his criminal network, thanks to the many dubious connections he made during his time. Oh, you just suddenly know this information now? Oh, great. Cool. Would have been pertinent information a long time ago. To give up on your dream and leave the university, you lost everything. Eventually found yourself working in the field of science, but only in the shadows. That's all because of that article, written by Mr. Asman. Enough. Stop this endless drivel about my life. Well, no, we're not but-ending this now. We're done. We have the connection, we have the motive, it's there. We're not but-ending this now. Explain yourself, Mr. Drummer. Yes, it's true I had to leave the university as a result of that article. It's just the straw that broke the camel's back. What do you mean? Almost every student of science in the faculty was too poor to actually conduct any research. But they struggled on with their hypotheses anyway. We all did. Only to have them taken by vultures. Sooner or later, you knew your ideas would be stolen and patented by some wretch or other, after all. Good gracious. Making a name for yourself as a scientist in a climate like that. Just a miracle. Only select few geniuses could ever hope to achieve. Personally, I wasn't one of those geniuses. It was hardly a wrench. Being forced out of the university because of Lowgate was the best thing that could have happened to me.
Objection.
Bullshit. Mr. Drebber, do you genuinely believe that? Of course I do. Better place to know whether or not I possess the talent for science than me. I'm sorry to say that your words don't ring true at all. How dare you? And I have evidence to prove it. How are you in position to say anything about me? I don't know you from Adam. Who the fuck is Adam? Adam! Fine, if you think you have such evidence, go ahead and show it. What could you possibly have to disprove the idea that I was happy to leave the university because I lacked talent? Oh, the trophy.
Take that!
Do you remember this, Mr. Drebber? Yeah, I assume it's a saying. I was just memeing. Do you remember this, Mr. Drebber? We found it at your workshop. Is that a Royal Society trophy for excellence in science? What exactly is this trophy, Council? It's the greatest honor that can be bestowed upon a young scientist, my lord. There's no higher accolade. It recognizes emerging talent and promises a bright future. Had the same thought. I never heard it before. Yeah, I've never heard that saying before. I wonder who Adam is. Show me Adam. There's no. Good gracious. Your prospects for the future were excellent, weren't they, Mr. Trevor? Because even then, you were a genius in your field. But you lost everything. You had no more future. Your talents would go to waste. All as a result of this one newspaper article. I don't know when you realized who Mr. Osmond was, but when it dawned on you that he was the same journalist who 10 years ago ruined your life. It's abundantly clear that you had no intention of forgiving the man. Is he gonna make freaking lose it? Oh. The truth is... Finally, he's going to fold. If I learned anything about Ace Attorney games, he's not ready to fold just yet, Ryo. Who's holding it? Oh. Oh, fine. I believe this has run its course now. What? I admit it. All of it. What? What are you doing? It's exactly as the Japanese man said. I was coerced into going along with this man's plot to murder the victim, on the condition that he kept my dirty secret from 10 years ago. No. Good lord! Dr. Scythe, do you realize what you're saying, woman? Good lord! It's all true. That day, when I arrived at the Crystal Tower and saw the birdcage, my heart nearly stopped beating. That memory from a decade ago that I'd done my best to bury deep inside myself. It was the professor again, staring me in the face. And then, before I had a chance to react, I noticed something else. There was a note tucked inside the model's jacket. A note. Dr. Scythe, you will go along with my plan from someone who knows the truth about what really happened that night, 10 years ago. All the instructions were there in the note. Every detail was meticulously written out. I had no choice but to do what it said. I made the necessary alterations to the scene and fabricated the autopsy report as instructed. There was really no other choice. It had to be done to protect the judiciary. I can only apologize now. You fucking got anything to say, Cosmo? You just standing there? Fucking Grim Reaper looking ass next to Dracula looking ass. Why on earth did you buckle now? Well, there's no point in trying to hide it anymore, is there? I would have done anything to stop it coming out, even collaborated in a murder. But the great lie about the execution 10 years ago has been exposed. Whatever happens, I'm finished. So I'm taking you down with me, you little bitch. So then, Mr. Trebo, what do you say to that? Your accomplice admitted everything. It goes without saying. Yeah, where's the other but and? This was a but and fucking 4 hours into these things. You admit your part into it too, then? Of course he doesn't. I admit nothing. At all. What? I've forgotten the kinesis machine was ripped to shreds by an explosion. Sort of me admitting to a crime. There's really no possible way for you to prove I did anything wrong. Order, order, order. Whatever this man says, I admit everything. He threatened to expose my secret, so I went along with his plan. And Lord Van Zeeks. Yes. I hope you'll accept my apologies. What happens next is in your hands, of course. I've heard more than enough now. I hereby present the final findings of this court. This trial is not the proper forum in which to pursue the alleged wrongdoings of Mr. Trevor. The defendant is Professor Albert Harebrine. Very true. It had slipped my mind. Isn't he one of your closest friends? As the court has heard, Dr. Scythe has admitted to the allegations brought by the defense, thereby absolving the defendant of any possible guilt. Oh, okay. I'll take it. You mean... At the present time, it's the conclusion of this court. The defendant was not involved in any wrongdoing. Does the prosecution have any objection? I'll take it. You know what? I'm done. I'll take it. The Reaper is probably going to kill Drebber anyway, so it's fine. This is exactly like the McGilded case. Defendant is not guilty. The perpetrator gets off scot-free, but then dies by the Reaper. I imagine is how this is gonna go. None, my lord. Oh, congratulations, Mr. Naruto. You've proven Professor Hairbrain's innocence. Without further ado then, the education. Unless the prosecution or defense have any other matters to discuss. Don't know. I don't feel quite right. Why did Dr. Sight suddenly admit to it like that? Oh no, there's gonna be more. Is everything alright, Mr. Naruto? Like you said before, the way of the trial is set to end now. The judge will certainly deliver a verdict, not guilty. But is that really what we want? What the defense should be pushing for now is... Okay. The British government's hiding something. The defense objects to the trial ending at this time, my lord. I beg your pardon. We demand one final testimony. Of course we do. Of course we do. We can't just let things be. What? You do realize I'm about to adjudicate in favor of your client, I presume. What are you playing at now, my Nipponese friend? Why would you want to obstruct the conclusion of this trial at this point? No defense lawyer in his right mind would do that. Because your government up to something. Mr. Naruto, what exactly are you thinking? The truth, the whole truth, and way to bring it all out into the open. Right. Yes, in hindsight. Yes, one word of warning before I go. If, in the course of this trial this afternoon, you perceive even a shadow of doubt of the truth, don't let it out of your sight. Pursue it like a dog with a bone. To the bitter end, you understand? Do not falter. Whatever may come to pass. Sherlock Holmes said, time to fuck up the British government and expose them secrets. I'm sure Mr. Sholmes knew. He must have deduced that this would happen. Yes, I'm here in court to advocate for my client and to secure an acquittal. Obviously. But that's not all. I believe that I have a duty to the court to pursue the whole truth of the case until every last detail is laid bare. And this is why the defense calls for further testimony from Dr. Scythe. Testimony from me? About what? About the nature of your collaboration with Mr. Enoch Drebler. Oh, in case it escaped your attention, I've already admitted to everything I did. The whole truth has already been revealed. Stop wasting everyone's time. As his lordship has made very plain, your client will get the acquittal you wanted from him. There's simply no point in protracting this business further with another tedious cross-examination.
Objection!
Or are we having a Phoenix Edgeworth moment, or like we're pursuing the truth, like we did in that final case in game 1-2? Pray forgive my careless handling of the hallowed bottle. I slipped. That's what you call it? What's your objection, Lord Van Zeeks? Prosecution also calls for supplementary testimony from the witnesses. Don't be absurd. If there's more to this case than has yet come to light, then I will join my learned friend in pursuing the facts until the bitter end. Your what? Van Zeeks. This is most irregular, to say the least. However, as the prosecution also calls for it, I will uphold the request. Dr. Seethy will testify for the court and explain to the full extent of your involvement to the murder Apparently committed by Mr. Dribbler. Very well. I began at the scene when I saw the waxwork and the note tucked inside its jacket. The actual body of the victim, as indicated in the notes and instructions, were beneath the experimentation stage. The body had to be arranged in a certain way to implicate the defendant, which was my job. I enlisted the help of the entire forensic investigation team to dress the scene appropriately. The truth about the execution 10 years ago was a state of secret of highest level. I had to protect it. So you had an entire team, I guess. Yeah, that would make sense. So I was right, the stage and the machine were all specially designed for deception. So it seems. All meticulously prepared. You did well to see through it. You're a very shrewd boy. So kind of you to say. And what about this autopsy report then? All I did was record the location of the body as being in the crystal tower instead of under the stage. That's all. That's terrible corruption. Only my team were aware of the deceit, and then only under my explicit instructions. Nobody else at Scotland Yard knew anything about it, I assure you. You must be thankful for small mercies, I suppose. Well, I believe that testimony has clarified everything. There's no particular need to cross-examination, I would say. No, I disagree. I can't shake the feeling that something's wrong. Just look at that expression on Dr. Smith's face. The defense right to a cross-examination any witness following testimony. What is it about you Japanese that makes you so dodgily persistent? Very well, if you so desire, counsel, proceed with the cross-examination. Yes, my lord. Again, the scene saw the waxwork and the note tucked inside.
Hold it!
From what you described before, it sounds like the note was anonymous. Do you have any idea of who's behind it? There are very few people in the know about what really happened 10 years ago to start with. But anyway, I'd never heard of this engineer, so no, I had no idea. Yet, despite not knowing who was behind the plan, he went along with it. I had no choice. Protecting the professor's secret was my only concern. But the horse is bolted now, and the stable door will never shut again. Scotland Yard's reputation will be immeasurably damaged as a result of all this. Yes, thank you, Lord Van Zieks. I'm well aware of that. So, as I understand, what you found in the birdcage was the waxwork model, where then was the victim's body. The body of the victim was indicated in the notes instructions beneath the experimentation stage. So we knew about the special conditions of the stage used to carry out the trick then? It was quite obvious what happened with the victim and the waxwork. And you switched the two over, didn't you, in other words? You recorded the victim's body as having been discovered in the crystal tower and the waxwork wrapped and sent by carriage to the specified address at the specified time. And why were you given such directions? Presumably so it could be recovered by Dribbler and returned to Madame Tuspel's. I see. And you put the birdcage back in the experimentation stage? Yes. Although someone obviously made a mistake about which cage should go where, I thought I'd made it perfectly clear to the team, but still, I suppose you are focused on the victim's body, that being more important detail. Body had to be arranged in certain ways to implicate the defendant, which is my job. When you say arranged, I presume you mean with this? Yes, the instructions in the engineer note said something along the lines of Fabricate some evidence to make it clear that the harebrain alone could have killed Asmin. So you mean that was your doing? I fetched Harebrain's ridiculous screwdriver from the stage, and took it with me, alone, to the abyss under the stage where the birdcage has fallen. Alone, Doctor. I didn't feel it would be appropriate to involve anybody else in a particular part of the deception. I void under the stage, where I found the birdcage lying in the dirt. I approached it, leaned down, and slowly opened it up. Then I took the screwdriver in both hands and plunged it into the man's chest. I feel like he was there. I don't think she was alone in that. For some reason. Just the way, I don't know. I feel like, I don't know, he would want to be there to witness the death. Like, I feel like he was there or something. Well, I mean, he was already dead, but like, you know what I mean. And then you noted that in your fake autopsy report as a fictitious cause of death. Exactly. So the actual cause of death was the trauma resulting from the 30-foot drop. My word. That doesn't, no, that's not, something's, I don't think he was dead. I think the 30-foot drop put him in a stage to be like, hella vulnerable, and like they finished the job together. Like I don't think she's the one who stabbed him. I feel like he was there, he did the stabbing, and then she just adjusted everything. What's with people in this game having no qualms with stabbing dead bodies? I think, well, I mean, if it ends up being her who did the stabbing, I feel like just as a coroner, she's like, I cut dead bodies open up all the time. It's a dead body, so I don't really give a fuck. I'll stab it. But I don't think she's the one who stabbed it. I'm pretty sure it was him. Well, what was it, Mr. Sato? Something about Dr. Scythe's last statement. It's playing on my mind. That's all. Yes, mine too. Dr. Scythe. There's really no need to shout. I can hear you perfectly well. The defendant calls you to add what you just said to your formal testimony. Oh? Which part? What I want? Real cause of... No, wait, fuck, nope. I fucked up. I forgot that she said the real cause of death was the fall. No, I meant the other one. Fine, if that's what you want. Just stop yelling, please. Prosecution concurs. If you wish. Can I go back and have her swap it? So cause this was neck trauma as when fell from 30%. I feel like that's wrong. No, I feel like this one's wrong. I'll listen to what she has to say though anyway. You're quite sure of that? As a result of a broken neck? Yes, as a professional, that was more than apparent. You never know just by looking at the photograph from the victim though, would you? No, that's very true. Obviously not. Which is precisely why coroners are needed to determine the actual facts. Yes, assuming they can be trusted. There's no point in calling her assessment into question without evidence. Let's get back to the testimony. Very well. Yeah, I feel like... Can I go back and have her change that?
Hold it!
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like he was there I feel like as the one who wanted the revenge, he would want to be the one to do the final blow, so I think he did the stabbing. Have her change it. Besides, what you said before about what you did to the victim's body. I believe that may be significant. Could you change your supplementary statement to explain that instead? Very well. So the victim's corpse were laid, toppled in cage, and plunged the screwdriver. Okay. Was you who stabbed Asmund with this? Yes, far easier than dissection, I assure you. No precision required. What a welcome change. The victim died instantly from a snapped neck. All I did was carry out the instructions I'd been given. As unflinching as ever, no doubt. I imagine you didn't bat an eyelid when you drove the weapon into his body. There's no need to bat my eyelids. And what else did you do to twist the facts? Remind the court, why don't you? If you wish. Help with the forensic team. The entire team in preventing the course of justice. My team consists of the very best investigators there are. I demand loyalty from all members. We operate in a code of chivalry of sorts. You aid and abet a murderer, commit perjury, and dare talk of chivalry? It was a matter of priorities. What? Nothing was more important than protecting the secret of the professor. My team did what was necessary without losing sight of the primary goal. I consider their conduct exemplary. Okay. Don't concede the point, Mr. Naruhodo. We mustn't let her win. I need a lawyer. Kazuma! I'll take that silence as a tacit of acceptance. Now can we move on? Strip of the execution 10 years ago was a state of the secret of the highest level. I had to protect it. But at what cost? Faith in Scotland Yard's going to suffer a terrible blow as a result of this. And your precious secret is out now anyway. Yes, as you say. And I took full responsibility. Blow me down, Sir Dr. Scythe. Sir, not in the courtroom. Not in the courtroom. And please, girl has way higher standards than you. Blow me down. Go talk to Gregson. Why does someone want them to blow them? Surely there was some other way you could have protected the secret. No, there really wasn't. I've done my utmost, believe me. In many ways, I respect your determination. I froze under that cold stare. She said that. I do believe she's being genuine, though, Mr. Naruhodo. That's her story. She admitted everything and revealed her full involvement in the crime. I do wonder if there could really be much more to it. Well, I don't know, but I just have a feeling. Do you, Mr. Naruhodo? The truth is, I find it strange too. Although her reacting to this in complete opposite ways, I mean. Yes, exactly. For some reason, I feel sure they're still trying to hide something. I stood over the victim's corpse where it lay toppled in the toppled cage and plunged the screwdriver into the chest. I know the autopsy report cannot be trusted. Cause of death. Wait, no. She's saying cause of death here was a wound to the chest, not the fall. And she said additional observations were the broken vertebrae. This one though?
Objection!
No, maybe not. Fuck, fuck, fuck. Oh, okay. No, my god, no, I was right the first time. No, 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 I have to go back and have her change it. Okay. Yeah, I was right the first time. I have to go back and have her change to say that the cause of death was the fall, and then hit her with the autopsy report. Okay. Actual cause of death. Okay, yeah, here we go. No, it wasn't, because in your autopsy report, in case you've forgotten, was hemorrhaging. Wait, what? What the fuck? I must be missing something. Actual cause of death was neck trauma. Oh, unless she's saying, oh right, because she, okay, no. She was saying, okay. She admitted to falsifying the report and stuff, so. She's saying the actual cause of death was the... Okay, I'm gonna save it because I was so certain about both of those things and I lost 2 of my things. So we gonna save scum it. Actual cause of death was the neck trauma Mr. Asman suffered from the 30-foot fall. What evidence do I have? This photo was taken after she rearranged the bodies. So he would have been stabbed already. Cage was used for demonstration, crashed down with the victim inside into the crystal tower, causing damage to the base. What am I missing? This one's really hard. Like, I'm pretty sure it's this. The cause of death was the neck trauma Asman suffered from the 31st fall. Wait, I forget. Was this... Okay, so was this the cage that was... Because people said the other cage fell upside down, the one that landed in the crystal tower. So this was the cage that he fell through the stage in, because it has the broken floor. Would the cage have protected him from the neck trauma? I don't... Because it would have fell like top down and then fell over.
Objection!
No, okay. no. Okay, no. I'm so confused. I'm so confused. What am I missing? What am I missing?
Hold it!
Quite sure of that. Result of a broken neck. Yes. Professional is more than apparent. Not. The corners needed to determine actual facts. They can be trusted. Like, it's definitely either one of the. It's either the stabbing statement or this one. I just don't know what evidence I would use for it.
Objection!
I have no fucking idea. I'm so confused. I'm just guessing at this point. I'm so confused. Oh god. I was so sure it was the other. Wait a second. Didn't they find this in the grate? Unless, I guess they could have just put it in the grate. That's probably, okay, never mind. So they found this in the grate, not... Yeah, but she could have just put it there after, so that doesn't make any sense. Okay, let me read through all these descriptions. Torn piece of canvas. Crossbow found hidden behind a tree under the experimentation stage. Belongs to Miss Gambler. Diagram showing the relative positions. Rougher print of the victim taken after he had ostensibly been beamed to the crystal tower, which is an apparent stab wound to the chest. Autopsy report of the victim, Mr. Asman. His neck was broken from the impact of the violent fall, and he was stabbed in the chest with a sharp object. A screwdriver that was found poking through the grill in the base of what remains of the kinesis machine. Very distinct handle. The tower, actual camera that Mr. Drebler had with him in the cemetery 10 years ago. Lens extended, dark, scene to be seen. Society for Excellence, Mr. Drebler's workshop, very prestigious award. I am so confused. Okay, what does she say about the other, the knife stabbing? And if I press her again? I am so confused. The corpse lay in the toppled cage and plunged the screwdriver into the chest. East out Aslan with this. Yes, by using the dissection, I assure you, no precision required. What a welcome change. Victim died instantly from a snapped neck. All I did was carry out the instructions I had been given. As unflinching as ever, no doubt. I imagine you didn't bat an eyelid when you drove the weapon into his body. Why does the screen flash there? I need to bat my eyelids. What else did you use to twist the facts around the court? If you wish. I need to bat her eyelids. I'm just literally gonna start guessing at some point. Okay, well I guess. No precision required. Is it the crossbow? Because, okay, I noticed this a long time ago in this. It has a little notch that you could load it into a crossbow. Like, did. And they're talking about precision? I'm so confused. How do you open it again? I don't know. I'm choosing the I'll guess the crossbow just because they're talking about precision or something. I don't know. No. Okay. Okay, Shuki, you can give me a hint. I'm not getting something, and I'd rather not waste more time. I'm gonna have to get her to change the statement again. It has to do with the blood on Asmund's chest. Then I assume it has to do with this photo. I think I tried this though, didn't I? Oh, wait. Do I have to switch it back to...
Hold it!
She aimed for the heart specifically. So do I have to change it back to the stabbing one? And because I think I showed the picture for the... Did I show the picture for the fall or for this? I don't remember.
Objection!
Okay. Yeah, I showed the picture for the fall then. What a nasty feeling. This inconsistency points to an extremely uncomfortable truth. What on earth is the matter, Council? Have you lost your tongue? I apologize, my lord. Sorry, my dude. I'm sorry, my lord. I was stressed the fuck out because I was not understanding something. This pissed me off so bad. Dr. Sight, in the last statement of yours, there's just one point that seems to defy explanation. Out with it, my learned friend. There's an obvious inconsistency between your description and this photograph. It shows the victim in the birdcage following the events that led to his death. The court has already examined that photograph in depth. There's nothing new we can learn from it. Yes, we have already considered it. That's true. But we know the facts to be different. What do you mean? I believe we should let the defense explain. The blood!
Take that!
Look at the bloodstain on the victim's chest. Clearly extends down in the downward direction, towards the man's feet. And why is that significant, Counsel? The victim was stabbed moments before the kinesis machine was set in motion. That's entirely expected. Oh, the blood would go... Of course, no, that's not what happened. Dr. Scythe made it very clear in her testimony just now. The point at which she stole the Professor Harebrain's screwdriver and stabbed the victim was after the ground deception was set in motion, when the birdcage has fallen below the stage out of sight. From the shape of it, it's clear the birdcage would have fallen on its side after the 30-foot drop. And if the victim had already been stabbed whilst in the birdcage in that position, the blood from the wound would have spread equally in all directions. Or to have formed in the longitudinal appearance we see in the picture is inconceivable. Ugh. Given that the victim's blood seeped vertically downwards from the wound, it must be the case that when you stabbed Mr. Asman, he was standing up. In short, Dr. Scythe, the latest testimony was a total fabrication. Ugh. Okay, so that prediction I made all the way at the beginning of this case, where he shot the A out of the crossbow, was true? Did he shoot the balloon and then shoot him? Well, the smoke was... I don't know. Now that I've identified the contradiction, there's only one way to explain the facts. We've all been under great misapprehension here. What? What sort of misapprehension? Dr. Scythe. You claim you were coerced into helping Mr. Drebber as a result of the note he left in the waxwork. You claim that you made changes to the scene of the crime to implicate the defendant, and you claim you authored a fake autopsy report to cover your tracks. But on one of those claims is an out-and-out lie. Because the question of what the bloodstain really tells us has only one possible answer. If that's the case, what is it, man? Counsel, you've clearly struck upon a revelation. Now tell the court what it is. Which part of Dr. Scythe's story is shown to be a lie? By the contradiction in her testimony. The answer is very simple, if you consider the sequence of events. If, when the victim was stabbed, the blood from the wound seeped downwards as it did, we can be sure that the victim had been either sitting or standing upright at the time. But as you rightly pointed out, the birdcage would have fallen on its side when it fell beneath the stage. Yes, it would, which tells us the victim must have been in that position of his own accord.
Objection!
That's impossible. The man was dead, remember? No, that's the misapprehension. Okay, so no, he did fall. He just didn't die right away. Someone stabbed a living person. When the birdcage fell from the stage into the void below, it must have hit the ground with considerable force. But Mr. Asman didn't die in the fall. He probably lost consciousness for a while, but when he came around, he got to his feet and climbed out of the cage. Just as Dr. Scythe appeared. If the victim was in fact alive at that point in time, it changes everything. So she killed an alive person. Okay, no, the crossbow thing was wrong. Never mind. Mr. Odiasman's killer wasn't the defendant, Professor Albert Harebrain, nor was it the mastermind behind the stage trickery, Mr. Enoch Trebler. It was you, Dr. Courtney Scythe. Order, order, order. Can this possibly be true? Have you been taking me for a fool? It was you, was it? You killed him? The girls are fighting. You hoped that by admitting to being an accomplice in Mr. Trebler's scheme, the trial would end before you were accused of a far worse crime. Cold-blooded murder. Oh, do shut up. You're so desperate now. You're making all this up. As if I would do something like that. I assure you, the defense is not desperate, Doctor. Mr. Naruhodo has established the facts using evidence and logic alone. Ah, logic. Don't make me laugh. Sadly, your logic has a gaping hole in it. What? What do you mean? I'd have thought it was obvious. A motive, boy. You're lacking a motive. What possible reason would I have to kill Mr. Asman? Asman was involved in a number of criminal activities, from coercion to theft to murder. There's no known connection to Dr. Scythe there. I'd rather leave to say it does seem somewhat far-fetched. True, there's no obvious motive. But there's still something in the back of my mind. I feel I've seen something somewhere that hints why the coroner might have done this. Yes, I might have tampered with the crime scene and concocted a fake report, but murdering someone for no reason is a very different story.
Protection.
No, when you question that possible reason you could have for wanting is to kill Mr. Asman, you need to come to mind. What? Did something come to mind? What was the council? Enlighten the court at once. Me trying to think back, like... Yes, we saw yesterday, didn't we? Did we? What did we see yesterday? Something that seemed strange, but we had no reason to suspect it at the time. I'm so like... What? Check your object that explains why Dr. Scythe would have wanted to kill Mr. Asman. Scalpels? The iron mask? Screwdriver. Huh? Is it the like 100 million scalpels she ordered? Is he the one who was like I'm so confused. I'm so confused. Scalpels. It's a scalpel, or rather, scalpels. Did you say scalpels? It would appear that the wood struck a chord, Doctor. You. Who ordered all these scalpels? Come on, out with it. It was yesterday when we visited your laboratory. Looking at this big, thick book here, it appears to be an accounting ledger. It's a record of the forensic investigations team spending, I think. You! Oh. What is it? It's clear the team purchases various equipment and supplies on a monthly basis, but... Well, one entry seems rather strange. Really? In what way? They're buying 500 scalpels every month. Yeah, I still don't know what the fuck they're doing with those. $500 scalpels a month? At first, I wondered what on earth you could be using them many scalpels for. But actually, I realize now, it's not the scalpels themselves that are significant. It's the money for them disappearing every month from the department's accounts. Oh, it's like NFTs. They're using NFTs to money launder. Gotcha. Asmund's criminal organization relied heavily on extortion for its funding. Tracing the money from the forensic investigation team's account to find out where it was going would be extremely straightforward. Non-fungible scalpels. Ugh. 10 years ago, Mr. Asmund was still a journalist and wrote this article about Mr. Drebber. He may have well stumbled upon information as he was researching the story. All my knives are gone. Informing information. To be fair, at least someone's actually getting a bunch of scalpels in this case. So, still more of a value than NFTs. Information relating to the Dr. Site's darkest secret that you used to rack money from her in the next decade. Or wait, no. I don't think... Yeah. I don't know if they were getting the scalpels or not. If they were getting the 500 scalpels, then... Yes, more valuable than an NFT. But if it was just like a business ledger that they put in a log, but they weren't actually getting anything, they were just quote-unquote spending, then it's basically an NFT. A receipt that you own 500... Literally, that's what it is. That's literally what it is, a receipt that she owns 500 scalpels. I don't know what happened on the night of that execution 10 years ago, but clearly the opportunity to rid yourself of that menace was too tempting to pass up. That ledger is literally just a book of scalpel NFTs. So in the end, you weren't coerced at all, were you? You did it entirely of your own free will. You stabbed Mr. Asmund in the heart with all your might. To silence the blackmailer who knew your dark secret forever. You'll never understand. None of you. What we've had to keep covered up all these long years. I don't give a fuck. As very little of the machine remains after it was ripped apart by the bomb, the truth of the case can never be properly established unless you speak out. And if you decide not to, it's very possible that Courtney Scythe will escape punishment for her crimes. Please, sir, own up to what you've done, and tell the court the truth about what happened. 10 years ago, you told the truth, and you were robbed of a bright and successful future as a result. I can certainly understand your bitterness and your consternation now, however. This is surely the chance you've been waiting for, to sever the hold that fate has had over you all these years. Super high voltage, instantaneous kinesis. I mean, really. Addle-brained mock scientists are the worst, you know. They don't recognize the fact that they don't have talent. They can't even get that right. And so they end up chasing impossible dreams, having unbridled faith in their abilities. They go on and on about their wonderful hypotheses, and their stupid eyes shining like little child's. They'd be sick. Can't abide their foolishness. Careful, Mr. Drebber. I was particularly pleased with the kinesis machine. Made for quite a show, didn't it? So you admit it. You admit that it was nothing more than a sham, made for the purpose of killing the victim. Yes, I admit it. I did it all in the name of revenge. Revenge for the future that Mr. Asmund's article had deprived you of 10 years earlier. But the revenge you sought didn't stop at Asmund, did it? Which is where that very particular waxwork comes in. Yes, I see. condemned convict that you saw rising from the grave in Lowgate Cemetery 10 years ago. If your account of the events were all true, then obviously Scotland Yard couldn't afford to acknowledge what happened. Even if it meant discrediting a bright young man and crushing any future career he might have had. So your plan required you abduct that particular waxwork model in order to extract your revenge on Scotland Yard as well. Or on Dr. Scythe, to be precise. Here you go. By some extraordinary twist of fate, Asmund turned up in my workshop. He didn't remember who I was, of course. He just wanted to employ my services as an engineer. And he happened to have a paper with him, an article on the front page that caught my eye. About the coroner who handled that bogus autopsy, being appointed head of a new forensic team. When I learned the news, my cognitive process started to devise a plan. What a horrid tale. He robbed me of my future, so I wanted to use the man's own wiles against him, for revenge. Have that rotten Scotland Yard eating out of my hand at the same time. I wanted them all to suffer the same humiliation I had to suffer. I mean, I don't really feel bad for you still. Like, it sucks what happened to you, but I also still don't really feel bad. Actions against those who ruined your future were justified as revenge, at least. To yourself. Certainly, no one has the right to destroy another's prospects, especially for purely selfish gain. And yet, in carrying out your plan, you did exactly that to someone else, didn't you? Did I? Professor Harebrain's only crime was passion for his hypothesis, but you had no compunction about sacrificing his future to effect your revenge. You knew that he would be forever branded as a failure and a fraud. Perhaps life treated you unfairly 10 years ago, and others' misconduct left your life in tatters. But remember this. Your own actions resulted in exactly the same thing for another perfectly innocent young man. I... Do, do. Lord Van Zieks, one of Dr. Scythe. An immediate warrant for her arrest has been granted and she's remained in custody, my lord. I presume she'll face trial in the coming days, along with Mr. Driver? Most regrettable situation indeed. There, we just dressed him down. Did. Had great contributions to her position over the years. It's a really hard truth to swallow. However, that is a topic for some future occasion. For now, Professor Harebrain. Oh, yes. It seems there's a great deal more to experiment than you realized. However, I think we can assume now that all the sordid details have been brought to light. This has been a very long and profound trial. Yes, it has. But I'm pleased to say you're absolved of all guilt. This whole experience has taught me a very great but painful lesson. This dedicated scientist, this devotee of natural philosophy, I've been selfish and self-centered and above all, a fool. Professor. I've spent my life thinking nothing about my research. Misguidedly believed that I could do whatever I set my mind to, despite my lack of talent. And the worst of it is, in the process, I've caused others pain and misery. Others who are far, far greater people than I. No, Professor, that's not true. But don't tar yourself with the same brush as Drebber. What happened was his doing, and his alone. His outcome is his fate, not yours. You're not to blame in any way. Van Zieks. And the derision der derision from which you referred to earlier, calling you a fool, talentless even. The man has no idea. To believe in yourself and work your fingers to the bone to realize your dreams. That's laudable, not laughable. He's being weirdly nice, it's weird. No one has the right to deride another for such choices. I get he's like a childhood friend, or like a college friend, I get it, he's being nice, but it's still just weird seeing him be nice. Oh. Thank you, Barak. So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Yes, my lord. It's this court's expectation that you find the defendant not guilty of the charges of which he stands accused. I presume there are no objections? None for me, my lord. Certainly not. Those trials really made me think, but this is the right decision. It's all been proven methodically and rigorously. I have no misgivings whatsoever. The lady called it. I'm dead. His BF. True, college BF. She knew all along, searching her AO3 tags. What's this? It's done, is it? It's all over. I don't know what's become of the yard these days. Don't recognize the place. Oh, shut the fuck up. Very well. In that case, I hereby pronounce the defendant not guilty. Finally, this fucking trial's over. Cue the happy music. Do 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 do. Court is adjourned. We did it. It's over. Well, some trial. Yes, it was. It was indeed some trial. Professor, what a splendid outcome, isn't it? Oh, it is. It is. Congratulations, Professor Hairbrain. Mr. Naruhodo, Mr. Sato. I am truly... Oh my god. Beside myself with gratitude. How can I ever thank you enough? I'm just glad that it's all been cleared up. That you realize you were just caught up in a bad situation. Right now, you know, if I had that research grant money, I'd give the whole lot to you, every penny. That would be nice. I think I deserve it. That's very kind, but I'm just a student, so we don't need any financial reward. Just seeing that sentence makes me cry. I would like the financial reward. Hold on now. I got bills to pay still. Mr. Sholmes isn't paying for everything. We're still paying. How? Wait. It's been clear that Susato and Ryu are paying some form of rent. Where are they getting the money from if they're not getting any money from these trials? I'm so confused. Dear. Oh, what can I do? Oh, right, they have a grant. Right, okay. Maybe they still have it, I guess. Damn, this grant must have been pretty decent. Maybe it's like a grant specifically for rent, I guess. I don't know. How about this? As a memento, the paper of my hypothesis is inside. Well, just as a memento then. Thank you. I've been wondering, Professor. What are you going to do now? Oh my. Yes, what am I going to do? My hypothesis and my great machine lie in ruins. But still, it's been too long since I was last in London, so perhaps I'll enjoy some sightseeing. I must explore the Great Exposition whilst I'm here. To see if any new inspiration hits me. Oh yes, that's a wonderful idea. I can't allow that. Oh. Hi. Lord Van Zeeks, what are you doing here? Barak. I'm sorry you had to go through that, Albert. Well, if I'm honest, it was terrifying. You're like a great demon behind your bench there, snarling down your prey. Or is this gonna be the, is this gonna be like the friends to, I guess, rivals? Because he was like the prosecutor to lovers. Are we on the lover stage now? One of the few true friends I have. Couldn't leave it to anybody else to handle the prosecution or the defense. Sorry, or the defense? Did I hear that? Do you like me, Mr. Dracula, my learned friend? Are we actual friends? I always had my best interests at heart. Don't worry. And how about you show me around while I'm here in town? You guys gonna go on a little date? It's been a long time since we left university. We have a lot to catch up on. Listen, Albert. In a few days, your acquittal will be made official. When that happens, you must head straight to Dover. I'll accompany you. Oh, right, because the Reaper's gonna come kill him. What? From there, you'll cross the channel and make your way back to Germany. I've already purchased the tickets. But no, hold on a minute, Brock. I want the Great Exposition. It's a chance of a lifetime for me. I want to look around. No. No sightseeing, Albert. Give up on the idea. Sometimes it's hard to see any warmth in those eyes, Brock. Lord Van Zeeks. What's this all about? Unnecessary precaution. Yes, I think I understand. You do? Well, Iris told me that when you met Lord Van Zeeks in his office some days ago, he asked how Mr. Natsume was doing. Yes, that's right. I remember being surprised at the time. I didn't think it was nice of him to ask. The point is, Mr. Natsume is still alive and well. Even though it's been more than 6 months now since the trial with the Reaper as the prosecutor. Ah, you mean the Reaper's influence doesn't stretch overseas? Those in the Reaper's sight meet their ends days or sometimes months after the acquittal. It's been the pattern up until now. But of course, we know that both Mr. Natsume and Gina were completely innocent. That's true, Gina didn't go anywhere, so how come no one killed Gina? True. And perhaps that governs the Reaper's actions. The truly innocent are spared. Oh, okay. But I don't want to take chances with a close personal friend. Rock. The mustache sniffonese, the man should leave the country without delay. That's why I'm packing him off to Germany at once. Is that what they call them now? Close personal friends? Yeah. That's exactly what they call them. Right. Whispers, they were close personal friends. And they were roommates. Does your friendship package get any say in this? Oh my god, they were close personal friends. Goodness. Was this your intention all along then, Lord Van Zeeks? In court, when people think of him as the Reaper, this man seems absolutely merciless, and yet sometimes I feel though I don't understand him at all. It's time to go, Albert. Back to the prison for the time being. Yes, alright. Well then, Mr. Naruto. Thank you so much for everything. Not at all, Professor. It was a pleasure getting to know you. Even if you annoyed the fuck out of me during the first half of the trial. Best wishes, Professor Hairbrain. Well, once the dust has settled, you must come and visit me in Germany. Anyway, goodbye for now. My Japanese friend. Oh yes, I thought you were gone too. We have matters to discuss. Can you spare me some time? You want to talk with me? Yeah, about your... He's like, we've talked about my boyfriend. Now it's time to talk about your boyfriend. We'll be waiting in the courtroom in 10 minutes. That was strange. For some reason, I didn't get that sense of impending doom as he walked away this time. Enigma Barack Van Zeke. What does he want to discuss, I wonder? The answer awaits in the courtroom, I suppose. Here goes then. Alright, give me 1 second. Okay, sorry. So are you satisfied? You've saved a guileless scientist from a great injustice. Yes, I think so. I'm relieved at least that the man's innocence can be proven. Anyway, I imagine you've been wondering where my animosity towards you Nibonese comes from. Oh, we're just having this conversation about your racism? I bet you want to know why I'm racist. Well, at first I thought you just didn't like me. I imagine you saw me as a pretentious child from an unimportant land who had no business being here. But now I think differently. You clearly know our ways, so I would guess that some specific incident led to your thorough dislike of my race. Will you tell me what happened, please? The professor. I thought I'd never hear that name in this courtroom again, to be honest. He took your brother's life? Clint, my brother was Clint Van Zieks. 16 years ago, when I was still just in my teens, he was already the director of prosecutions and a key member of the judiciary. I looked up to him. He was everything I aspired to be. He was involved in the establishment of the justice systems in foreign countries as well. There were exchange programs between Britain and other nations then too, to share knowledge and ideas. As part of one of those programs, 3 judicial students came to Britain from your homeland, the Empire of Japan. Oh, it was 16 years ago then? One of them could have been my father. Of course, I remember Dr. Mikotoba as well. I had no idea. I was a minor at the time, training at the prosecutor's office. One day, Clint introduced me to the 3 visiting Nipponese. So you've actually met my father? He and his colleagues were polite and amicable. They were adept at their work and exacting in their standards. It was my first encounter with the Nipponese spirit and had a very great impression on me. But 6 years later, that's when it happened. The investigation was going nowhere. There were no suspects even, just an ever-growing list of victims. And in the end, my brother became one of them. Last, in fact, before the case was finally resolved. I'm sorry, Lord Van Zieks. Truly. Clint was always ready to put his life on the line for justice, anyway. He wouldn't have wanted it any other way. He lost his life to the killer, but it was a victory in the end. For me personally, though, it was a great loss. I found myself in a very dark place indeed. I became a vampire. I finally found out the killer's identity. Reason why no one had been able to catch the man soon ceased to be such a mystery. He'd been hiding in plain sight all the time. In plain sight? Are you aware of the political events 10 years ago? It was a period of extremely sensitive diplomacy between British and Japanese empires. A new treaty was being forged, I think. Correct. The Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation was being concluded. The leaders of both countries were deep in extensive political discussions, which is why this particular killer's appearance in the court was conducted as a closed trial. Oh, okay, I guess makes sense. If the British public can know the identity of the killer, not only would the treaty have been in jeopardy, but our two nations could have very well have ended up at war. What? A war? Between Britain and Japan? But that would mean... Oh, you mean to say the professor was...
When the trial reached its conclusion earlier, I thought to myself, yes, it's time.
We got like a cutscene.
Time for you to come face to face with this hideous monster. I borrowed the key for the mask from the proprietress of the Waxwork Museum.
Oh, we're just learning like state secrets now. Okay, sure.
So see for yourselves now. Confirm it with your own eyes. The truth that's been hidden this past decade.
That's the professor?
Am I supposed to know them?
Yes, that's him.
Until now, the thought never even crossed my mind. That the mass murderer, whose crimes shook Britain as never before,
It's that.
was Japanese.
Oh. I mean, yeah. Ryu, the lead up to that, he basically told you. Okay. I thought we were supposed to know this person. No, I figured out that he was Japanese, Ryu.
Wait a minute. That face.
Oh, you know him?
I feel as though I've seen it somewhere. It's strangely familiar.
You okay there, Kazuma?
Father.
Oh. Oh, okay.
What? Father?
All right then. Oh my god. It was Kazuma. It was Kazuma the whole time? Oh my god, I didn't know that.
Kazuma Asogi. After a whole year, finally his memories returned.
Pretends to be shocked.
As he stood there before me. Ryunosuke.
I mean, not every day your boyfriend comes back from the dead. Like, I get it. I can't believe I thought he was Holmes before they made a big deal. Wait, you thought who was Holmes? The professor or Kazuma? Like Kazuma in a cloak you thought was Holmes, or the professor was Holmes? The mascot. That would have been something. When he first, that would have been something. Could you imagine? I'm sorry, I'm ruining the moment.
Hello again. My friend.
Kazuma-sama!
Judicial Assistant Mikotoba.
I know those lips anywhere. And right away.
It's been a very long road. Thank you. Thank you for guiding my friend here when I could not.
It was an honor.
He does look very good in that outfit.
I knew you wouldn't die that easily.
They,
Kazuma.
they both look very good at their suits. What a stylish couple.
I owe you thanks, too. For taking good care of that in my absence.
You want your sword back?
Oh. Karuma, the great blade of the Asogi clan, passed down through the generations.
Yeah. Your headband is still... Do you want the headband back? Your magic billowing headband?
When we left Japan, this sword was at my friend's side. A Japanese man's katana is his soul, and he couldn't be parted from it. But then, when the incident happened, it was Susato-san's wish that I inherit the sword. And I've kept it with me ever since, along with my memories of the friendship we shared. With this by my side, I always felt that you were watching over me somehow.
I've made it. At last.
Is he gonna, like, decapitate the
Father.
wax father's head?
Are you saying... Surely not. You mean, you knew all this time?
Oh, and then that's why he was always like, I have something I need to do in Britain.
I'm looking at it. But I still can't believe it. This mass murderer is Kazuma's father.
He's gonna decapitate his wax father. Oh. Or cut the body. That works too.
Kazuma-sama.
Kitty, not right now. It's a dramatic moment.
Ryunosuke, we have much to talk about, but now is not the time. I'll be seeing you.
Can we, like, go on a date or something because you're alive again? Like, can we go get some tea and biscuits or something?
That's all Kazuma said.
Madame Tuspel comes in like, what the fuck did you just do? She worked hard on it.
Before he turned and left us there, in the courtroom.
It's okay, it's okay. He just sliced it down like the body. She can just melt some wax and pad it in there to like heat it up again, and then she can basically just glue them back together. It's not like he like chopped it into little pieces. He just made two big slices. Just glue it back together. It's fine. Did they invent glue yet? They don't need glue. It's fine. It's fine. Just heat wax up again. It'll do the same thing. So he's the living after image of the man who took my brother's life, is he? Yes, Kazuma Asogi, my best friend. 3 months ago, when Lord Stronghow introduced us, an inkling there was something there, some connection. Rock's like, the fuck? Why did Lord Stronghow do that? Why did he make Kazuma Lord Van Zeek's apprentice? When he was suffering from amnesia too? The man was apprehended, even executed, but his legacy just won't die. That's the sad truth. Anyway, that's all I had to say. I thank you for meeting with me as I asked. Wow. I got a bow. I got a formal bow as he faded out of existence. "10 years ago, my grandmother took me to the railway station. We were there to meet my father from the train. For me, it was the first time I'd ever seen him. He can teleport. Poor Susato-san, all this is tied up with painful memories for her too. She's never talked about this with me before, though." Eldon, we're having a dramatic moment right now. Can you wait a couple more minutes? It took time to adjust having father around, but just when I was starting to get used to it, he called me into his study one day. He told me that a great friend of his had passed away in London, and that the friend had left behind a son, a boy 7 years my senior. Father told me the boy had made a promise to his late father that he was studying to become a defense lawyer. Well, then you should be the reveal. You're Dracula, you can teleport, it's the law. I wanted to help, so I studied to become a qualified judicial assistant. As I'm sure you doubt, that young man's name was Kazuma Asogi. So you see, that's how he and I met.
For a brief moment, my great friend had returned, only to disappear again all too soon.
No, it's okay. We're gonna go out for biscuits and tea. We're going on a date.
But in that fleeting
It's
encounter,
fine.
something stirred. Something that had been dormant for a long time. As if great wheels had been set in motion. I could almost hear them creaking into life. In some ways, it was the end of a chapter, but in many, it was the start of a new one.
Okay, Sheldon, we're almost done. Sheldon, we're almost done. Don't worry. Yeah, see, end. I can finish stream soon, Sheldon. Don't worry. We're finishing up. The demasking. We did it! Jesus, that chapter alone, I swear, is like 20 hours altogether. Jesus Christ. Okay. We're good. We're good. Sheldon wants to play. No, I think Sheldon just wants to get out of my room because the door is closed. Yeah, that one's long as fuck. Okay, I'll let you out in a second. Okay. Oh, we did it. Yay. We did it. Finally. Now only 2 more chapters to go. And I assume the next 2 chapters are just as long. Okay, Sheldon. Okay, I'm almost done. The next 2 are no different. Yeah, as I expected. It's fine. It's fine. I might for next stream take a little break, and play something else quickly, just to play something else before I start the, like, tomorrow maybe. I'll probably stream something maybe tomorrow, and I might just play something separate, just to take a little break in between. Though my timetable might be longer, too, because I'm stupid. I mean, I did okay for the first half of this trial, but then the second half, I don't know what was happening today. I was just like, what the fuck? But yeah, so I might do something else to spread it up, to spread it apart a little bit. But then I'll come back and do the next chapter, which will probably take another 3 streams. Okay, I'm gonna go because someone's yelling at me, and she's very angry. And I'm gonna go eat cupcakes that my mom brought home for Valentine's Day. So yeah. I will see you guys later. Thanks for hanging out. We did it. Shut up. Okay. Goodbye, friends. Farewell. I shall. Okay. Bye.